Chapter 2671. The six divine kings worked together and unleashed their abilities. Rays of terrifying light flashed across the sky. Xueqi swept across 800 li. Between the sky and the earth, on the peak of the mountains, sand and pebbles were flying everywhere. Jiang Chen pressed forward. Even though he was fighting against 6 people alone, he did not lose the upper hand at all. The heavenly dragon's sword was invincible. Wherever the sword pointed, Xueqi would shoot out. The 6 of them could not get close to Jiang Chen at all. The light of the blade flickered and the shadow of the spear struck continuously. Under the encirclement of the 6 divine kings, Jiang Chen became more and more skillful. The 6 great divine kings launched their own attacks in order to capture Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was fearless. Jiang Chen truly felt the power of the experts in this battle. Just a ray of green light flashed and he would die if he bumped into it. Jiang Chen was also very focused, fearing that he might make a mistake. This was the first time he fought against a divine king after his breakthrough. Moreover, it was against so many divine kings. It was easy to imagine how dangerous it would be. This brat is really cunning. He's like a loach. If you guys keep holding back, I don't know how long you'll have to deal with him. Attack with everything you've got and kill him. Dan Feng said in a deep voice. The 6 of them did not use their full strength. After all, the pressure and threat from the 6 divine kings was enough to strike fear into people's hearts. Even if each of them used 70% of their strength, they would be able to fight against a mid-divine king. However, they still could not break through Jiang Chen's defense, which made Dan Feng very depressed. All right, the 6 of them said together and attacked again. This time, it was even more terrifying. Jiang Chen sneered. No matter how sincere the 6 of them were, they were not one person after all. It was very easy for him to fight against a divine king with his bare hands. Even if he fought against 6 of them alone, it was still very easy. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword was used to its limit. Each strike was faster than the last. Jiang Chen's sword realm had a great breakthrough. Although it had not reached the Sword Saint's sword realm, it was still very terrifying. Sword breaks through the void, heaven's will. Solitary sighed. Jiang Chen's moves were ruthless. The Sword of Solitude was performed by him once again. It was 1,000 times stronger than before. The might of a half-step divine king was evident. Kid, let's see how long you can last. Li Batian sneered as the 6 of them completely suppressed Jiang Chen's attacks. In the end, Jiang Chen relied on Dugu Yifang's sword qi to force them back. However, the 6 of them did not give Jiang Chen any chance to catch his breath. The battle between the 2 sides was extremely intense. Divine Golden Bell. God Sealing Restriction. Jiang Chen moved as fast as lightning. The Divine Golden Bell enveloped the 6 of them. The golden light of the gigantic Divine Bell pressed down like a collapsing mountain. As soon as the God Sealing Prohibition appeared, the 6 of them were all stunned. Their bodies trembled. The 6 of them were injured by Jiang Chen's sword qi. Their faces were extremely pale as they looked at each other. They didn't expect Jiang Chen to have such ability. Divine Golden Bell. God Sealing Restriction? This is the secret technique of the Eastern Emperor sect. Shen Yuanzhong said. Everyone was stunned. They never thought that Jiang Chen could learn such a terrifying technique. Under the God Sealing Restriction, the 6 of them were all injured. At this moment, Jiang Chen stood proudly in the sky. His expression did not change but his eyes were filled with killing intent. What? Is this the legendary Eastern Emperor limitless art of the Eastern Emperor sect in the Chilean boundary? Dan Feng said in shock. The Eastern Emperor sect was a great sect in the 9 boundaries. Although they did not belong to the same boundary as them, the Eastern Emperor sect was still famous in the Lone Dragon County hundreds of thousands of years ago. One could imagine that the Eastern Emperor limitless art was not just for show. Rumor has it that the God Sealing Restriction is the secret technique of the Eastern Emperor sect. How did he know it? Did he join the Eastern Emperor sect? Li Xia was slightly stunned and said solemnly. First joined the Profound Feng sect, then joined the Eastern Emperor sect. Impermanence. Jiang Chen. Li Batian said in disdain. So what? I, Jiang Chen, do not need you to tell me what to do. Ha! Jiang Chen was overbearing and unrestrained, ignoring everyone's provocation and mockery. Looks like this kid has learned something from the Eastern Emperor sect. Does he think that he can do whatever he wants in the Linhe boundary? You're really indulging in fantasy. Kid, even if that's the case, We'll definitely not let you succeed. Dan Kuei was also disdainful towards Jiang Chen. Although they were forced to retreat by Jiang Chen, he was still in the territory of the Clear Stream sect. Therefore, they were not worried that Jiang Chen would escape. Everyone, let's attack together. Although the 6 of us are powerful, we do not have enough strength. We hope that everyone can lend a hand. Di Longhuai looked at the dozens of Divine King experts behind Shen Yuanzhong. They were the top 20 elders of the sects and they were the supreme elders who had been in seclusion. They were all very powerful. If Jiang Chen did not annihilate many sects during this period of time, they would not have come out of seclusion so easily. There was a total of 14 sects and each sect had a true Divine King expert. All of them had rushed to the Clear Stream sect at this moment. All right. Even if Brother D did not say it, we are ready to fight. Ha! That's right. He's just a half-step Divine King. I don't believe that he can fight against more than 20 Divine King experts. Today's battle is to kill Jiang Chen. There were a total of 14 Divine King realm experts behind Shen Yuanzhong. They all joined the battle. Good. That's more like it. 20 Divine King realm experts. I, Jiang Chen, swear to fight till death today. I'll kill 1 Divine King realm expert and kill 2 Divine King realm experts. Jiang Chen said coldly. At this moment, his heart was filled with coldness. There was no anger, because the anger had already dissipated, only killing intent was left. He was forced into a corner by the 100 Sect Alliance. Countless people died because of him. Profound Feng sect was almost annihilated. Even his dearest brother, Dragon Shursan, almost lost his life because of him. He too had a close shave with death and escaped death. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with coldness at this moment. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy to them. These people deserved to die. Since they had forgotten how hysterical they were when they tried to kill him, they should be thinking about the retribution. The cycle of heavenly Tao would make them pay the price one day. It wasn't that Jiang Chen was cold-blooded. Everyone was forced to do so. Jiang Chen had always been kind, and he didn't want to kill anyone. However, someone had forced him to raise the butcher's knife. In this dog-eat-dog world, if you didn't stand at the top, there would be countless people who would want to devour you and replace you. Jiang Chen had been cultivating until now. The law of survival in the divine world was no different from the immortal world. The only difference was that it was crueler. Jiang Chen did not have anyone to rely on. His iron fists were his only trump card. Chapter 2672. Great, haha. 20 Divine King Realm Experts. Just to catch me, Jiang Chen. Let's see if you guys have the capability to do so. Even if it's the 100 Sect Alliance, I, Jiang Chen, am not afraid of you. Jiang Chen's arrogance had caused countless people to be filled with righteous indignation. More than 20 Divine King experts were about to join hands, but Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with intense battle intent. His heroic spirit soared to the sky. Today I, Jiang Chen, shall kill to my heart's content. Let's see who can stop me. Jiang Chen did not hesitate and immediately unleashed his dragon transformation. Under the dragon transformation, he could fight 20 Divine King realm experts with ease. After unleashing the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen could even defeat a mid-Divine King realm expert. Back when he was a late heavenly god, he could already make the mid-Divine King realm Do Ling, Luo Qinghe bow down to him. Now, Jiang Chen was invincible. The sword shadow swept across like the autumn wind sweeping the fallen leaves. Every Divine King realm expert was extremely solemn. Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword had already reached perfection. Before he arrived, his sword had already arrived. The terrifying sword Qi pierced through the void. The 20 Divine King realm experts did not dare to let their guard down. Even so, both sides were only on par. Jiang Chen was like a peerless war god. He was the only one in the battle, suppressing 20 Divine King realm experts as a half-step Divine King. It was an eye-opener for the entire Linhe boundary. This kid is too heaven-defying. We can't let him live. We can't let him live. Shen Yuanzhong said in a low voice. If Jiang Chen did not die, all of them would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. If Shen Yuanzhong allowed the tiger to return to the mountain this time, no one knew how strong he would become next time. Fortunately, he was arrogant and arrogant. This time, he did not have enough strength. If he had the strength of a hierarch realm expert, Shen Yuanzhong would probably kneel down and worship him even if he had something against Jiang Chen's father. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant. He dared to fight against the heroes of the world when he was still young. In Shen Yuanzhong's eyes, he was extremely stupid. Haha, why are you guys so weak? If you guys don't do anything, don't blame me for being merciless. Jiang Chen sneered. Facing 20 Divine King Realm experts, he was not afraid at all. Moreover, he displayed his own style. Layers of sword shadows were unparalleled. Jiang Chen's strong recovery ability made him more and more skillful. 20 Divine King Realm experts. No sect could come up with such a powerful force. Jiang Chen's strength was enough to establish his own sect and become a great master of his generation. Kid, don't be happy too early. You don't have the ability yet. You'll be crying later. Humph, bastard, go to hell. More than 20 experts used all their skills. They were extremely violent. However, it was extremely difficult for them to gain an advantage over Jiang Chen. They thought that they could slowly exhaust Jiang Chen to death. However, who would have thought that Jiang Chen was like a god of war? His will was undying and his aura was not weakened at all. 3,000 Li freeze. Jiang Chen swept across the heavens and earth, freezing the mountains and rivers within 3,000 miles. The 20 Divine Kings were forced to retreat. The dreadful cold energy almost made them feel the despair of extreme coldness. All of them were heavily injured and were forced to retreat. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Jiang Chen was just too powerful. Jiang Chen stood proudly and smiled faintly. Invincible. Who could be his opponent? Even Shen Yuanzhong did not dare to fight Jiang Chen head-on. Because he might not be able to do better than Jiang Chen if the 20 Divine King Realm experts were to join hands. That sword really froze the 3,000 Li freeze. Everyone felt a shiver down their spines. It was so cold that it was suffocating. Even 20 Divine King Realm experts are not Jiang Chen's match. They're being led by the nose by him. The sects of Linhe boundary have lost their face. That's right. Shen Yuanzhong knew that it was time to put an end to this. Who else? Jiang Chen looked down on the crowd and said in an overbearing manner. His eagle-like eyes were sharp and penetrating. Shen Yuanzhong sneered. He looked at Jiang Chen and said in disdain, "Who else? I think I'll introduce you to someone. You'll definitely like him." Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He had been feeling uneasy recently. What the hell is this guy trying to do? Who's the person I want to meet? What are you trying to say? But Jiang Chen remained calm and looked at Shen Yuanzhong. You'll know soon enough. Di Lao, bring the person here. Shen Yuanzhong said. Yes, sect lord. Di Longhuai sneered and quickly went into the sect. Other than the Divine Pill sect and the Ghost Eye sect, the experts of the other sects were confused. What is the sect lord of the Clear Stream sect trying to do? No one knew. Jiang Chen's heart was perturbed, but he didn't know. Jiang Chen, so he's Jiang Chen. He must be the son that Brother Zhen mentioned. These people are trying to use Brother Zhen to threaten Jiang Chen. Lin Ruyue stood far away and looked at the sky. She could feel the cold and murderous aura. Everyone in the Clear Stream sect was in danger. She was too weak to go up there. She could only watch from the side. Not long after, Di Longhuai brought a middle-aged man in ragged clothes up to the sky. The man's figure was slightly hunched and the stubble on his face was filled with vicissitudes of life. He looked extremely pitiful. His back view was a little illusory and his eyes were blurred. Jiang Chen's eyes froze in an instant. Father. Jiang Chen never expected that the Clear Stream sect would capture his father. But shouldn't his father be enjoying his old age in the immortal world? Why is he here? But Jiang Chen was sure that the person in front of him was his father, Jiang Zhenhai. Chen-er, my son. Jiang Zhenhai suddenly raised his head, and his eyes suddenly became clear. His eyes were filled with longing and love. No matter how strong he was, no matter how weak he was, no matter where he was, when Jiang Zhenhai saw his son, he couldn't help but shed tears. He couldn't hold back the longing in his heart any longer. He had raised Jiang Chen from a young age, and he had been a father and a mother at the same time. Jiang Zhenhai had lived for so many years, and he could lose anything but his son. Jiang Zhenhai was a man of steel, but he had never shed a tear in his life. But when he saw his son again, his heart was filled with sorrow. Others might not understand, but he had seen too much of his son's suffering from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes were not like those in the immortal world. Jiang Chen's eyes were not sharp like those in the immortal world. Instead, they were sharp and reserved. The domineering aura was still there, but the tenacity that he had gone through was not something that could be described in a few words. He was longing for his son, but Jiang Chen had also been through a lot. Wandering alone in the divine world, Jiang Chen's sufferings were not something that others could understand. He could only bear it alone. However, Jiang Zhenhai did not have time to tell Jiang Chen about it. Because if Jiang Chen did not leave now, he would be trampled on by the experts of the Clear Stream sect. He was destined to die here. Go quickly. They will kill you. Chapter 2673. Jiang Chen looked at his father and forced a smile. He shook his head and looked at Shen Yuanzhong. Let go of my father. Are you talking to me? Jiang Chen, what a devil, what a monstrous genius. At this moment, you're going to surrender to me? Ha ha ha. Shen Yuanzhong shook his head and sighed. His eyes suddenly changed. Where's your high spirits? Where's your pride and arrogance? Where's your arrogance? Jiang Chen, I never thought that you would have such a day. Shen Yuanzhong said disdainfully. Everyone has a weakness. Jiang Chen's weakness was too obvious. He valued his family too much. That's why Jiang Chen couldn't withstand a single blow. Then what do I have to do to make you let go of my father? This has nothing to do with him. Come at me if you dare. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He couldn't bear to let his father die. However, his heart was gripped tightly when he looked at his father. Guys, let me see how strong Jiang Chen is. If you fight back, I'll fight back. Let's see who's stronger, you or your father. Shen Yuanzhong looked at Jiang Chen. Run, Chen Air. Don't worry about me. You can't win against them. Jiang Zhenhai tried his best to break free, but it was useless. If Shen Yuanzhong moved even a little bit, his life would be over. Therefore, Jiang Chen had no other choice. He didn't dare to move as his father's life was in their hands. At this moment, Jiang Chen knew that no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeves, his hands and feet were all tied up. Lin Ruyue clenched her fists tightly. Her face was pale, but she couldn't do anything. She didn't have the strength to fight against these divine king realm experts. She could only watch her beloved brother Zhenzhen being trampled by them mercilessly. Her son, who was supposed to rise like a shooting star, was also turned into a puppet. I don't want you to die. It's too easy for you to die. I want you to suffer 10,000 souls in the Luo Feng Gorge, have your body shattered by heavenly lightning, suffer all the suffering in the world, and finally die. Shen Yuanzhong's words became the focal point of the crowd. To Jiang Chen, this was a fate worse than death. Hurry up and leave, you bastard. Are you not even going to listen to me anymore? Jiang Zhenhai's eyes were bloodshot and his hands were trembling. However, he was being suppressed by Shen Yuanzhong. If he tried to move, he would be killed by Shen Yuanzhong. Remember what you said. Otherwise, I, Jiang Chen, will destroy your Clear Stream sect and turn it into a living hell. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He did not dare to look at his father's tearful face. That was the most unbearable pain for him. Jiang Chen slowly knelt down, kneeling far away from his father. Your son is unfilial. Jiang Chen had been proud and aloof all his life. He had never knelt to the heavens or the earth, only to his parents. Jiang Zhenhai almost fainted when he knelt down. Why don't you leave? I'd rather not have you as my son now. I just want you to leave as soon as possible. Jiang Zhenhai did not want to see his son fall into the abyss of suffering because of him. When he first stepped into the immortal world, he was unwilling to reveal his true name because he was afraid of bringing danger to his son. However, he was still discovered by that fellow Wang Zhenji. Jiang Zhenhai only told Lin Ruyue that it was because he missed her so much that he couldn't bear it. He didn't want to lie to Lin Ruyue, so he told her the truth. But who would have thought that at this moment, he would cause such a huge disaster, and he had become the biggest burden for his son. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Jiang Zhenhai hated himself very much, but what could he do? Jiang Chen was still in the eye of the storm. Ha ha ha, good. I'd like to see how tough this guy's bones are. Di Longqing sneered and took the lead. The 20 Divine King Realm experts all attacked Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen suddenly stood up, but he did not do anything. Di Longhuai and the others were slightly stunned, but they still attacked fiercely. the 20 Divine King Realm experts attacked Jiang Chen with their most terrifying attacks. Waves of strong palm wind hit Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen did not even try to defend himself. Although he was very strong, even a hierarch expert would be killed by the 20 Divine King Realm experts' attacks together. Puff! Jiang Chen spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. No matter how hard the attacks fell on his body, Jiang Chen did not move at all. Son! My son! Jiang Zhenhai's heart was trembling. His eyes were bloodshot and tears fell like rain. But as a father, there was nothing he could do. It was all because of his disappointing father. Jiang Zhenhai's regret and hatred were all vented out in his heart. Father, this is what I should bear. Jiang Chen smiled. The blood at the corner of his mouth did not stop flowing. His body was covered with bloodstains and wounds. His bones and tendons were all broken and his flesh was badly mutilated. Jiang Zhenhai's eyes were blurred from crying. Gradually, the light in his eyes disappeared. It was as if endless darkness fell on his body. Jiang Zhenhai's eyes were completely blind. From the bottom of his heart, he did not want to see his son being beaten up passively. He did not want to see those scenes in his mind. Moreover, the blood and tears had turned into scabs. Jiang Zhenhai's eyes could no longer see what was in front of him. But the feeling in his heart could not be changed. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth. He was still as firm as a rock. He did not surrender, did not fight back, but was unyielding. Jiang Chen was covered in blood. All the meridians in his body were broken and his cultivation base was gone. He was severely injured. Even with the help of the wood spirit, it was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. This kind of injury would take at least 1,000 years to recover. Shen Yuanzhong and the rest were excited as they saw Jiang Chen being tortured. Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you powerful? In the end, you're still standing here waiting for us to beat you up. Li Batian looked at the heavens proudly. He had finally vented his anger. Jiang Chen's bones and meridians were all shattered. He was no longer a threat to Li Batian, and he did not have any strength to fight anymore. My son, my son. Pft! Jiang Zhenhai vomited a mouthful of blood. He felt like his heart was being torn apart. How could a father watch his son being tortured like this? Obviously, he could not see it anymore. Jiang Chen is no different from a dead person now. In the past, you slaughtered the innocent and countless geniuses of the sections. Now, I will let everyone in Linhe Boundary see that you're just a cripple. Shen Yuanzhong said. This is retribution. Ha ha, that's right. Jiang Chen deserves to die 10,000 times. Sect leader, it's all thanks to you this time. You can decide what to do with Jiang Chen. Chapter 2674. Shen Yuanzhong looked at everyone and said faintly, Kill him? That's too easy. Haha, we must let him suffer. Luo Feng Valley will be his final resting place. At this moment, even Di Longhuai sucked in a breath of cold air. The Luo Feng Valley was known as the most terrifying place in the entire Linhe Boundary. There were countless wandering souls in the Luo Feng Valley. All of them were those who died with endless resentment and were unwilling to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Eventually, they were buried in the Luo Feng Valley. There were lightning strikes all year round and countless experts lost their lives here. It was rumored that the Luo Feng Valley used to be an ancient battlefield. However, the Luo Feng Valley was filled with wandering souls and lightning strikes. To the people of the Linhe Boundary, it was a land of death. There were hierarch realm experts who did not believe in the undead and they all died in Luo Feng Valley. Jiang Chen was on the verge of death. If he was thrown into the Luo Feng Valley, then he would die a terrible death. It would be worse than killing him. You said that you'll let my father go. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and said. He was severely injured. Countless people had left terrifying marks on his body. His injuries were getting worse and worse. He was even on the verge of death. However, there was only one belief in Jiang Chen's heart. He would never give up on his father. Oh, I see. How can the dignified Clear Stream sect go back on our words? Although you're a despicable person with blood on your hands, we, the Clear Stream sect, will never go back on our words. Di Longhuai took over Jiang Zhenhai from Shen Yuanzhong's hands. Jiang Zhenhai was blind and could not see his son's pain. However, he still could not get rid of the regret and self-blame in his heart. Son, I'm sorry. Jiang Zhenhai murmured. His voice was hoarse but only he could hear it. Of course I won't kill him. However, there are other ways that are more exciting than killing. Di Longhuai's eyes were cold while Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. It was a luxury for him to stand up. Hiss. Di Longhuai grabbed Jiang Zhenhai's arms with both of his hands. Jiang Zhenhai's voice was heart-wrenching. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with sorrow. His eyes were filled with deep affection. Everyone silently watched this scene. From their point of view, Jiang Chen deserved it. I will kill you. I will kill all of you. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and said. The anger in his body had completely ignited him. No. Lin Ruyue couldn't bear the tragic scene any longer. She rushed up to the sky, but before she could get close to Di Longhuai, she was knocked back by Di Longhuai's palm and was severely injured. Ruyue, is that you? The pain on Jiang Zhenhai's body was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. Son, I'm sorry. Father, even if the sky falls and the earth collapses, you don't have to apologize to your son. Jiang Chen's eyes became incomparably cold. However, the kinship in his heart made his heart burn. A day in the immortal world is a year in the divine world. You've been gone for thousands of years. Jiang Zhenhai lowered his head and said in a low voice. I miss my son. These 5 words were as heavy as a mountain. It made Jiang Chen's heart feel like it was being stabbed by a knife. Yes, he was high-spirited in the divine world and looked down on all the heroes. However, he had never thought about his only father. Jiang Zhenhai had nothing to worry about in the immortal world. The only thing in his heart was his son. After not seeing him for thousands of years, he only had one thought in his heart. I miss my son. That deep fatherly love was hidden in Jiang Zhenhai's heart. He didn't want to talk about it or look for it. He only hoped that he could be in the same world as his son. Wealth and glory were invincible. How could his father miss him? At that moment, Jiang Chen's heart became clear. His eyes became as calm as water. However, his heart was like an erupting volcano, as if it was going to burn the whole world. Jiang Chen raised his head. He had exhausted all of his strength, using all of his strength to support himself and stand up. Like the ridge of 1,000 mountains, his will of steel supported Jiang Chen, preventing him from falling down again. Father. Jiang Chen said it word by word. However, he finally knew how important the word father was. I want Linhe boundary to be a slave forever. Clear stream sect will be barren. Jiang Chen held back his tears and looked at Di Longhuai, Shen Yuanzhong and everyone else. Although Jiang Chen was seriously injured and was on the verge of death, the fact that he could stand up had already shocked countless people. His meridians and bones were all broken, but he could still stand up. This guy can still stand up? That's terrifying. Even if he stands up, he's still a cripple. So what? Humph. He only has himself to blame for all of this. He deserves to die. This bastard has killed countless people. Even if he dies, no one will feel pity for him. Countless people sneered at Jiang Chen. He didn't care what everyone thought of him. He only had his father in his heart. The words, I miss my son, had caused Jiang Chen's inner world to undergo tremendous changes. You still want to stand up when you're at death's door? Hee hee, you're really lucky. I'll return your father to you. Ha ha. Then, Di Longhuai threw Jiang Zhenhai towards Jiang Chen and hit him with his palm. Jiang Zhenhai's meridians and bones were all broken. Jiang Zhenhai was on the verge of death just like Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen roared angrily. At this moment, a fiery figure appeared in the sky. The whole Clear Stream sect was in awe. The fiery figure was a fire Qilin. Its strength was comparable to a mid-divine king realm expert. Even the sect lord of Clear Stream sect, Shen Yuanzhong, became extremely solemn. Brother Zhen. Brother Zhen. Lin Ruyue staggered towards Jiang Zhenhai. She was in great pain. If Jiang Zhenhai didn't save her life, she would have died long ago. She couldn't do anything as she watched Jiang Zhenhai being tortured. The fire Qilin flew to the sky and caught Jiang Zhenhai. The fire Qilin's prestige shocked everyone. Everyone took a few steps back. The fire Qilin stood beside Jiang Chen and roared. Everyone's expression became extremely solemn. This guy has the protection of the fire Qilin? What a terrifying fire Qilin. Is this the ancient divine beast? This guy is really lucky to have the fire Qilin as his companion. I'm really envious of him. The fire Qilin is a rare beast. If we can subdue it, it'll be a great merit for our Clear Stream sect. Shen Yuanzhong's eyes lit up as he stared at the fire qilin. Jiang Chen, are you all right? Chapter 2675. I won't die for now. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth as he looked at his dying father and Lin Ruyue, who fell in front of his father. His heart was filled with bitterness. Brother Zhen, I'm here. Lin Ruyue's tears fell like rain as she hugged Jiang Zhenhai tightly. Rua. It's you. Son, go quickly. Jiang Zhenhai said with difficulty. His bones and meridians were all shattered. He was not even a true god. How could he bear it? I will avenge you, father. Jiang Chen squeezed out a smile. Jiang Chen would settle this score with them one by one. No one could escape from his palm. No one was an exception. He wanted the Clear Stream sect, the Divine Pill sect and the Ghost Eye sect to be annihilated. Take care of father for me. Jiang Chen waved his hand and sent both of them into the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen's eyes were extremely cold. Although it was said that his eyes were filled with killing intent, it was so calm that even the fire qilin was shocked. The feeling of calmness was the most terrifying. Moving like a dragon. Shocking the world. But now, Jiang Chen was already a cripple. Even the wood spirit could not help him recover in a short period of time. However, Jiang Chen was resolute. He stood there, his expression as cold as a 10,000-year-old ice house. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. Even if Jiang Chen killed everyone in the Clear Stream sect, it would not be enough to make up for every drop of his father's blood. He's just a dying man. Go and capture the fire qilin alive. This time, Shen Yuanzhong also wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Because Jiang Chen's eyes were too terrifying. Even though he was the overlord of a sect who had been through thousands of years, he didn't want to see Jiang Chen's ice-cold eyes. Jiang Chen's expression was as cold as usual. At the moment when he was on the verge of death, when his body was severely injured and he was on the brink of death, the myriad qi cauldron burst out an unparalleled myriad qi and poured into Jiang Chen's body. Kill without mercy. Shen Yuanzhong's eyes turned cold. The 20 Divine King Realm experts immediately attacked Jiang Chen again. Even with the protection of the fire qilin, the fire qilin was still on guard against so many Divine Kings. 12 Fire God Guards, protect us. Jiang Chen's countenance fell. The 12 Fire God Guards were all at the half-step Divine King realm. He did not have the time to refine the Fire God Guards. If he did not use the karmic fire of the Red Lotus to refine the Fire God Guards, it would be impossible for them to reach the next level. If the 12 Divine King Realm experts were to attack at this moment, Jiang Chen believed that these 20 Divine King Realm experts would be completely defeated. Even so, the strength of the 12 Fire God Guards was not reduced at all. Facing the 6 Divine King Realm experts, they did not fall into a disadvantageous position at all. With the help of the fire formation, the 12 Fire God Guards did not need Jiang Chen's command anymore. Moreover, they were not afraid of death. As puppets, it was rare to have a half-step Divine King Realm expert. Moreover, they were extremely powerful flaming puppets. Jiang Chen did not need to worry at all. The 6 Divine Kings were not able to gain the upper hand against the 12 Fire God Guards' ingenious cooperation. The fire qilin was in high spirits as he fought against the 14 early Divine King Realm experts alone. As a gifted divine beast, the fire qilin had its own inherited memory. It was not something an ordinary divine beast could compare with. Except for the dragon and phoenix, even the white tiger and the black tortoise might not be as noble and powerful as the fire qilin. Jiang Chen looked solemn. He was completely covered by the myriad qi cauldron. Countless myriad qi poured into Jiang Chen's body like a waterfall. Jiang Chen felt that his whole body had become extremely comfortable. You don't take care of your body at all. If it was not for the myriad qi, even an Emperor Realm expert would not be able to save you. In the myriad qi cauldron, Red Lotus sighed and said. However, she did not show her real body. Jiang Chen's growth had indeed shocked her. How many years had it been? Jiang Chen could already compete with Divine King Realm experts. However, he was too emotional sometimes. But it's fine. The myriad qi comes from the myriad qi cauldron. Other than the people in the primordial world, how many people could obtain the myriad qi to refine their bodies? It's a great fortune. Red Lotus went into the myriad qi cauldron. Jiang Chen looked solemn. He did not know that the myriad qi in the myriad qi cauldron was something that even an Emperor Realm expert would covet. If they could obtain even a little bit of it, it would be a lifetime fortune. However, he used so much myriad qi to refine his body. Although it was not a reckless waste of resources, it was still quite extravagant. Under the myriad qi, Jiang Chen's body was constantly refined. The terrifying regenerative power was something that even the wood spirit could not compare to. This was the true power of recovery. Jiang Chen was extremely shocked. The myriad qi cauldron kept pouring into his body. After the constant refining and baptism of the myriad qi cauldron, Jiang Chen's body became more and more powerful. It was comparable to a heavenly divine weapon. What's going on? He is actually recovering continuously? How is this possible? There is such an unbelievable thing in the world. This divine cauldron is also a good thing. This guy has a lot of secrets. Shen Yuanzhong moved his body and looked extremely solemn. He saw that Jiang Chen was shrouded in a divine cauldron. Jiang Chen's body was filled with gas that he could not identify. His broken tendons and bones all began to recover, and they were more tenacious and terrifying than before. Jiang Chen felt as if he had the help of God. He looked up and found that the myriad qi in the myriad qi cauldron had been completely absorbed by him. His strength had also completely recovered at this moment. Compared to before, he was a step stronger. However, there was still a long way to go before he could break through to the Divine King realm. If he wanted to break through again, it would depend on his luck. It was not easy to break through to the Divine King realm. At this moment, the 12 fire god guards were being pushed back step by the 6 divine kings. Even though they were puppets, they were also being suppressed terribly. The 12 fire god guards were somewhat speechless under the joint attack of the 6 divine kings. On the other side, the fire Qilin was also being suppressed by more than a dozen divine kings. Even though he was talented and had peerless divine skills, a tiger could not resist a pack of wolves. He was not Jiang Chen. He did not have the domineering aura of Jiang Chen. The 14 experts of the Divine King realm were also injured when they were pushing back the fire Qilin. Chapter 2676. Jiang Chen's eyes were as bright as the stars. His hair was dancing in the wind and his aura was terrifying. He was like a phoenix rising from the ashes. When everyone saw him, they couldn't help but feel pressured. His eyes. Only his eyes could have such a strong deterrent force. As the sect lord of the Clear Stream sect, Shen Yuanzhong's strength was acknowledged by the whole Linhe boundary. He was also the one who was most qualified to take charge of the situation. At this moment, even he had become incomparably solemn and oppressive. He did not know why, but this guy seemed to have changed a lot compared to before. However, his strength did not undergo any qualitative changes. It was just that his gaze made people feel extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. No matter how strong he is, he's just a half-step divine king. Why should we be afraid of him? Shen Yuanzhong thought. However, he was rather shocked that this guy could fight back. After all, he had been forcefully defeated by 20 god kings earlier, yet he could still stand up again. His terrifying regenerative abilities were quite impressive. That's right, Shen Yuanzhong said. Di Longhuai, Dan Feng and the others were shocked. They looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen seemed to have stood up from the dead, which made them even more shocked. Why is this fella still alive? He's too stubborn. I thought he's dead for sure. I wanted to throw him into the Luo Feng Valley. It seems like we're going to have another battle. In the end, this Jiang Chen is a scourge. We can't let him live. Countless experts nodded silently. Jiang Chen's appearance had already made them feel extremely heavy and oppressive. You're quite calm. It seems that the injuries they inflicted on you before have more or less healed. Shen Yuanzhong looked at Jiang Chen. Yes, I'm going to annihilate the whole Clear Stream sect. I only wanted to kill the experts and not the innocent. However, I changed my mind after what you did to my father. Jiang Chen paused for a while and glanced at the whole Clear Stream sect. Lang Lang said, everyone must die. Although Jiang Chen's words were incomparably cold, they were not worth mentioning in the eyes of countless disciples of the Clear Stream sect. In their eyes, sect master Shen Yuanzhong was the real king, the real leader. As long as he was there, the Clear Stream sect would not be destroyed. Everything that Jiang Chen did now would become a laughingstock for them in the future. Humph! What a shameless boast. With the sect master and over 20 divine king realm experts here, what is he? That's right. Do you really think that you're the king of heaven? I'm right here. If you have the ability, come and kill me. He's just a madman. How much can he accomplish? His strength is indeed slightly stronger than ours, but can he really be stronger than the sect master? I don't care if you believe it or not, but I don't. He's just seeking his own death. With the might of the sect leader, how can he be so presumptuous here? Our sect leader is magnanimous, but he doesn't know what's good for him. Let's see how he will die in the hands of the sect leader. Jiang Chen did not say much. The war was about to break out. These people were ignorant and shameless. He had witnessed the immorality of the Clear Stream sect. This was the deep-rooted bad habit of the sect. The Clear Stream sect had become arrogant, insolent and self-righteous. How could such people be qualified to be called the greatest sect? Jiang Chen smiled indifferently, but no one knew how bitter his smile was. His father's life was at stake and he was almost tortured to death by Di Longhuai. How could Jiang Chen let them go? The massacre began at this moment. Jiang Chen, your time has come to an end. Shen Yuanzhong frowned his eyebrows. It was time for him to take action. If Jiang Chen continued to be so presumptuous, how could the Clear Stream sect maintain its dignity? How could he, Shen Yuanzhong, convince the public? Go to hell. Shen Yuanzhong's first move was a thunderous one. It was like the Buddha's great palm, falling from the sky and oppressing the void. The space around Jiang Chen was shattered and he was about to be covered by this palm. The mid-Divine King realm and the early Divine King realm were two completely different things. As the sect leader of the Clear Stream sect, Shen Yuanzhong's strength was undeniable. With one palm, the mountains and rivers were shattered, all living things withered, the void was shattered and the weather changed. You think you can kill me with this? You are too naive. Jiang Chen smiled proudly. Under the dragon transformation, he threw out a punch and took on the destructive palm. Jiang Chen's body shook and Shen Yuanzhong's huge palm was pushed back. Although Jiang Chen also took a few steps back, there was no clear winner between the two of them. They were evenly matched. Jiang Chen looked at Shen Yuanzhong. Well done. The fire Qilin's eyes lit up. Jiang Chen repelled Shen Yuanzhong with a single punch. Even the fire Qilin's blood was boiling. The blood in his body was burning with excitement. Shen Yuanzhong's expression became serious. He thought that his conquering the world would have a greater effect. He had used 80% of his strength in that attack, but it was still blocked by Jiang Chen without any warning. Jiang Chen even managed to repel his attack. Shen Yuanzhong was shocked. What a terrifying fella. Looks like I can't hold back anymore. Shen Yuanzhong became more cautious. He attacked again and clashed with Jiang Chen. Shen Yuanzhong held the heavenly halberd and fought against Jiang Chen alone. The battle between the two was quite intense. Who would have thought that a half-step divine king like Jiang Chen could fight against Shen Yuanzhong without losing the upper hand? It was an unexpected result. The heavenly dragon sword and the heavenly halberd collided with each other continuously. It was so bright that people could not open their eyes. Jiang Chen's strength had improved tremendously under the dragon transformation. With the help of the myriad qi, Jiang Chen's body was comparable to a heavenly divine tool. Even if ordinary people wanted to defeat him, they might not be able to break through Jiang Chen's defense if Jiang Chen did not fight back. Heavenly halberd, void destruction. A void divine halberd fell from the sky. Jiang Chen took a step back in order to defend himself. He swept the halberd and the sword shadow collided with the void divine halberd. Countless disciples who were below the true God realm were shaken to the core. The radiance swept across half of the Clear Stream sect. Everyone was panicking as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The terrifying collision had not ended yet. However, Shen Yuanzhong's face was gloomy. If this continued, the foundation of the Clear Stream sect would be destroyed. I'll wait for you at the peak of the mountains. Innocent people died in our hands. Isn't that too much of a disgrace to humanity? Shen Yuanzhong looked at Jiang Chen. Ha ha ha. Is there anyone innocent in the Clear Stream sect? I've said it before. Kill everyone in the Clear Stream sect. Jiang Chen roared. You forced me to do this. Chapter 2677. Jiang Chen attacked recklessly. Everyone in the Clear Stream sect turned pale and quickly retreated from the battlefield. Jiang Chen had no mercy at all. From the moment his father was harmed by the Clear Stream sect, Jiang Chen had decided to bury the entire Clear Stream sect. Jiang Chen, you're a demon. Thousands of innocent disciples died because of you. Don't you have a conscience? Shen Yuanzhong Lang questioned Jiang Chen. What crime did my father commit? Why did you harm him like this? Don't you have a conscience? Jiang Chen retorted. His words pierced through the heart. Shen Yuanzhong held his breath. His expression was still cold. Your father is only one person, but there are 100,000 disciples in the Clear Stream sect. What crime did he commit? Ha ha, what a joke. Is there any difference between killing one person and killing 10,000 people? Even the Buddha in the ninth heaven can't answer this question. What right does your Clear Stream sect have to show off here? My father has never done anything wrong in his life. He has always been kind and compassionate. What crime did he commit? Why don't you answer me? Since you can't answer me, let me tell you. The 100,000 disciples in your Clear Stream sect can't even compare to a hair on my father's head. Jiang Chen's tears welled up in his eyes. At that moment, the anger in his heart had completely ignited. What crime did my father commit? Why does he have to suffer like this? Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. His sword was like a rainbow. His roar shook the heavens as he raised his sword and cursed the heavens. Where's the justice? Where's the justice? Since you have no Tao, I will enforce the heavenly Tao on your behalf. The Tao of I, Jiang Chen, is the heavenly Tao. Jiang Chen's voice shook the sky. Dark clouds filled the sky. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. It was as if the anger of the heavens was about to descend at this moment. Even Shen Yuanzhong and the others were dumbfounded. Jiang Chen raised his sword and questioned the heavens. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. So what if it's the heavens? Only I, Jiang Chen, can do my Tao. Jiang Chen sneered. He was not afraid of the lightning and thunder in the sky as he charged towards Shen Yuanzhong. Azure Dragon's 5 steps, every step ascends to the heavens. Jiang Chen's steps were steady as he stepped on the blue sky. Every step he took caused the void to crack. Jiang Chen's aura became stronger with every step he took. After 5 steps, Jiang Chen's aura had reached its peak. The battle with Shen Yuanzhong was even more exciting. The battle was burning fiercely and the number of disciples who were injured or killed had reached more than 1,000. Shen Yuanzhong's anger was ignited. As the leader of the Clear Stream sect and the leader of the entire Linhe boundary, Shen Yuanzhong must not lose. Shen Yuan halberd, pierce the heavens, who dares to contend with? The two collided again. The 9,000-mile divine halberd fell from the sky, and Jiang Chen raised his blade and soared into the sky like an eagle. Dugu Yifeng. Jiang Chen was pushed back by Shen Yuanzhong. His face was a little pale. Shen Yuanzhong was different from the other mid-divine king realm experts. Everyone knew how strong Shen Yuanzhong was. He was the leader of the Clear Stream sect. Ancient soaring dragon art. Jiang Chen's anger was ignited. He felt injustice for his father. He wanted the Clear Stream sect to turn into a river of blood. The golden dragon blood spread throughout Jiang Chen's body. The ancient soaring dragon art had increased Jiang Chen's strength to a higher level. Such a powerful secret art of the dragon clan. Shen Yuanzhong was knowledgeable and had already guessed Jiang Chen's technique. However, he had never seen the secret technique of the dragon clan before. It was definitely not a simple technique. The Dragon Clan was a super powerful clan in the central region Divine Land, and even the entire Divine World. The strength of a clan was enough to defy the heavens and change one's fate. They were the overlords of the demonic beast world. Even the peerless Emperor realm experts in the 9 heavens had to be careful when facing the true Dragon Clan. Jiang Chen was clad in a golden armor. His body was covered in golden dragon blood. The ancient soaring dragon art was executed perfectly at this moment. Because Jiang Chen's body was no longer the same as before. The myriad qi was something that even Emperor realm experts were afraid of. Jiang Chen used the myriad qi to refine his body, allowing his body to reach an unprecedented level. His compatibility with the ancient soaring dragon art had also reached an unprecedented level. Union of man and sword. 3,000 li freeze. Jiang Chen and the heavenly dragon sword merged into one. The sword was one with him, and he was one with the sword. The sword of solitude swept across the entire Clear Stream sect. A golden light danced down and the 9,000-meter-tall mountain collapsed. That was the divine mountain that represented the face of the Clear Stream sect and the faith of the Clear Stream sect. Jiang Chen turned into a sword and forced Shen Yuanzhong to retreat. Shen Yuanzhong's expression was ferocious. However, he felt that his strength was not enough to fight against Jiang Chen. This guy, Could he be from the Dragon Clan? How could he be so powerful? Even I am not his match. Shen Yuanzhong's heart was in turmoil. Jiang Chen's strength could shake the heavens. At this moment, he was like a peerless god of war. Even the king of the 9 heavens was afraid of him. Sword of Nirvana. Jiang Chen's sword shadow slashed through the void once again. Thousands of miles of mountains in the Clear Stream sect collapsed at this moment. More than half of the 100,000 disciples were either killed or injured. Countless early true god disciples couldn't withstand such a powerful landslide. Wherever Jiang Chen's sword shadow passed through, not even a blade of grass was left alive. Their souls were chased for thousands of miles. Jiang Chen, you're crazy. Are you going to start a massacre? Di Longhuai's eyes were cold. His people were among the countless disciples and grand disciples. The Clear Stream sect had become a battlefield that could destroy the heavens and the earth. However, many of the 100,000 disciples had died in this war, which made him extremely sad. Jiang Chen, you will die a horrible death. Di Longqing was infuriated. He had just witnessed his grandchildren being crushed to death by Jiang Chen's sword. The Clear Stream sect had become a mess at this moment. Flames of war could be seen everywhere. This man is a devil from the heavens. We must kill him as soon as possible. Li Xie roared. More than a dozen of them forced the 12 fire god guards to retreat. Then, they turned to Fire Qilin again. Fire Qilin was having a hard time fighting against so many enemies. However, he was still struggling. He knew that Jiang Chen was suffering more than him. So what? I, Jiang Chen, do not need others to tell me what to do. I will kill everyone in the Clear Stream sect. What I want is not to be remembered in history but to be infamous. Who can stop me if I want to kill? Who can pay for my father's pain? I, Jiang Chen, will not tolerate the heinous crimes that your Clear Stream sect has committed in the Linhe boundary. His father's suffering was still vivid in his mind. Jiang Chen no longer had any mercy in his heart. He had slaughtered more than 20 sects, big and small, and they were all the sects that had chased him to the ends of the earth. However, Jiang Chen only injured one of their disciples. What was the result? Chapter 2678. You're a great sect master, yet you're ignorant and self-righteous. Kill him. Jiang Chen swung his sword horizontally. Invincible Thousand Li Shen Yuanzhong was blown away. He was not injured by the sword shadow, but he was heavily injured. Puff, bastard, Jiang Chen, my Clear Stream sect will not rest until you're dead. 2 sect masters, if not now, when are you going to do it? Do you want my Clear Stream sect to be destroyed? When the nest is overturned, there will be no unbroken eggs. Shen Yuanzhong bellowed furiously. 2 figures appeared in the sky. Both of them were mid-divine kings. Their auras were unparalleled. One of them had a head full of red hair, a jade-like face, eyes like fire. His aura was boundless. The other one was wearing a black robe. His eyes were purple. He was as skinny as a match. Dan Yangzi, Li Zhan, you 2 are finally here. Shen Yuanzhong finally heaved a sigh of relief. These 2 fellas had appeared long ago, but they did not take any action. Obviously, they were here to watch him make a fool out of himself. However, if he was defeated, they would not be able to gain any benefits. If the Clear Stream sect was in chaos, would Jiang Chen let the Divine Pill sect and the Ghost Eye sect go? The answer was obviously no. You can't even deal with a half-step divine king. Shen Yuanzhong, where have you been for the past few thousand years? Ha! Li Zhan said in a strange tone. The corner of his lips curled into a sinister smile. It seemed like he was mocking Shen Yuanzhong, but it also sounded like a joke. At this moment, Shen Yuanzhong was speechless. It's already like this, let's talk less. What we need to do now is to kill this fella. Otherwise, your Clear Stream sect will be destroyed soon. Dan Yangzi said in a low voice. His expression was solemn. They had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength. They might only be able to suppress Jiang Chen if the 3 of them worked together. For today's matter, I will definitely repay you handsomely in the future. Thank you, sect masters. Shen Yuanzhong glanced at Dan Yangzi and Li Zhan. He didn't say anything. Li Zhan's words could only make him suppress his anger for the time being. Moreover, Jiang Chen was behaving atrociously in the Clear Stream sect. The 9,000 li of mountains and rivers were destroyed. The Clear Stream sect had suffered heavy losses. Now, Shen Yuanzhong was in the same situation. Jiang Chen's momentum was unstoppable. The entire Clear Stream sect was in danger. Shen Yuanzhong didn't expect things to turn out this way. He thought that Jiang Chen was doomed to die, but he didn't expect his counterattack to make the entire Clear Stream sect feel helpless. Everyone became a foil for Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen took the opportunity to rise up. Even Shen Yuanzhong was forced to back off. Why is it like this? How did the Clear Stream sect become so weak? Jiang Chen, it's all because of that bastard. He made us homeless. The Clear Stream sect will not lose. We will not bow down to this devil. As long as we are united, we will surely defeat Jiang Chen. Our Clear Stream sect is righteous. Justice will never be extinguished. Evil will never prevail over justice. We are the embodiment of justice. The Clear Stream sect will never be extinguished. The disciples of the Clear Stream sect hated Jiang Chen to the core. However, the unity of the sect was still very strong. After all, it was a great sect that had existed for thousands of years and was the leader of the Linhe boundary. However, the deep-rooted arrogance were still there. In their eyes, the Clear Stream sect was always right. They would always be the righteous side. As long as the Clear Stream sect was not destroyed, they would live forever. You're right. It's just a joke. Brother Shenyuan, please don't take it seriously. Ha ha, Li Zhan said with a laugh. However, everyone could see from his eyes that it was not a joke. Some words could be joked, but some words were about the Clear Stream sect's success or failure. That's great. Thank you, two sect lords, for coming with me to capture Jiang Chen. Shen Yuanzhong clasped his hands and said, the Clear Stream sect's war was imminent. If the two great sects did not intervene, the Clear Stream sect might really be in a difficult situation. So what if you found a helper? Even if they don't come, I will go and look for them. You're all jackals of the same tribe. Since you're all here, killing you will save me the trouble of making a trip. A bunch of hypocrites. If you don't die, how can the Linhe boundary be peaceful? Jiang Chen said disdainfully towards Shen Yuanzhong and the others. At this moment, the entire Clear Stream sect was in an uproar. 3 sect lords gathered together. Was it not enough to defeat Jiang Chen? The sect lord knows that this is not a small matter. So, he went to the Clear Stream sect right after we set off. Li Xie said solemnly. This time, Jiang Chen won't be able to escape. The sect lord of the Divine Pill sect is here too. Ha! 3 sect lords. Even if Jiang Chen is a reincarnated Emperor Realm expert, he won't be able to escape. Dan Feng's eyes were filled with confidence. The 3 great sect lords had joined hands. 3 mid-divine kings and Jiang Chen was just a half-step divine king. No matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. You're still so calm even when you're at death's door. Not bad. Unfortunately, you're still a monster. You'll only be a tumor to our Linhe boundary if you continue to live. You'll bring peace to the world after we kill you today. If you surrender now, you might be able to die in one piece. Dan Yongzi said calmly with the demeanor of an immortal. Old Feng Deng, if you want to fight, then fight. What kind of bastard are you, trying to act tough here? All of you shall die today. Jiang Chen unleashed his aura, dominating the world and looking down on everyone. He didn't put anyone in his eyes. Dan Yongzi was infuriated and his face turned pale. You don't know what's good for you. The Divine Pill sect will not hesitate to kill this fella. A bunch of ants. Humph. Jiang Chen sneered and leapt into the sky with his sword. With the help of the ancient soaring dragon technique, Jiang Chen was extremely confident when he fought against a mid-divine king. Moreover, Shen Yuanzhong was continuously repulsed. His opponent did not dare to fight him anymore. That's why he summoned the Divine Pill sect and the Ghost Eye sect. That was why the battle became so difficult. Even so, Jiang Chen did not hold back at all. Even though he was suppressed by the 3 of them, Jiang Chen's aura did not decrease at all. Both sides fought back and forth. No one was able to gain the upper hand. Watch my octagonal cauldron suppress this arrogant fella. Dan Yongzi held the octagonal cauldron in his hand. It had 3 legs and 4 handles. The cauldron descended from the sky, suppressing the luck of the surroundings. Dan Yongzi exerted all his strength and struck out with the octagonal cauldron, forcing Jiang Chen to retreat. Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. He held the Zulong Tower in his hand and clashed with Dan Yongzi's octagonal cauldron. Chapter 2679. The Zulong Tower shone brightly. Under the enhancement of the 2 Dragon Balls, Jiang Chen could feel that the power of the Zulong Tower was even more terrifying than before. As soon as the Zulong Tower appeared, the octagonal cauldron was sent flying away by the Zulong Tower. Dan Yongzi grabbed the octagonal cauldron with both of his hands, but he was forced back by the rebounding force from Jiang Chen. His expression was gloomy and his aura was unstable. 10,000 years in one eye. Li Zhan of the Ghost Eye sect followed up. A vertical eye appeared on his forehead and a terrifying radiance burst out. Jiang Chen felt that the flow of time around him had become extremely slow at this moment. At the same time, Shen Yuanzhong seized the opportunity and rushed towards Jiang Chen with his ancient halberd. Jiang Chen used the divine golden bell, activating the god-sealing restriction of the Eastern Emperor Bell, sealing himself from the outside world. This strike landed on the divine golden bell on Jiang Chen's body, causing a deafening sound. However, the result did not satisfy Shen Yuanzhong, because he was the one who was severely injured by the divine golden bell. The Eastern Emperor limitless art of the Eastern Emperor sect is indeed ruthless. Shen Yuanzhong's heart trembled. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to learn the Eastern Emperor limitless art in just a few years. Moreover, it was so terrifying that it was completely unexpected. The Shen Yuan art of my clear stream sect is not to be trifled with. Shen Yuanzhong's eyes were fixed on Jiang Chen. The ancient halberd in his hand moved again. The Shen Yuan art was a secret technique of the clear stream sect, only passed down to the sect leader. At this moment, Shen Yuanzhong displayed his strongest attack, the Shen Yuan art. Under the effect of the Shen Yuan art, the ancient halberd seemed to be assisted by the gods. Clanging sounds resounded as it slashed through the void. Even the space was completely crushed. An azure dragon shot out from the ancient halberd, turning into a battle spirit and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Such a terrifying technique, but it's still useless against me. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly, not moving an inch. The Shen Yuan art seemed to contain an endless amount of power, wanting to unleash it. The dragon broke free and collided against Jiang Chen's divine golden bell, but there was still no ripple. The sound reverberate could be heard from 1,000 miles away. Countless people covered their ears, but Jiang Chen was still the same Jiang Chen. The divine golden bell was as stable as Mount Tai. From a certain point of view, it was no longer the divine golden bell of the Eastern Emperor limitless technique. It was the true possession of the Eastern Emperor Bell. One could well imagine its defensive power. The Eastern Emperor Bell was known as the Gate of the Three Realms. Its terror could absolutely make an emperor god tremble. Although the Eastern Emperor Bell was damaged, it was still not something that ordinary divine weapons could be compared to. The Shen Yuan art made a strong attack, but it was still blocked by the divine golden bell. Although Li Zhan's 10,000 year eye had sealed the time around Jiang Chen, it still couldn't make any attacks, causing Jiang Chen to be defeated. On the contrary, Jiang Chen became more and more courageous. Your octagonal cauldron is only Oso. Watch my Zulong Tower. Suppress it for me. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold and bloodless. At this moment, he had activated the Zulong Tower to its limit. The terrifying suppression of the Zulong Tower swept across the sky. Shen Yuanzhong, Li Zhan, and Dan Yongzi exerted all their strength to resist the Zulong Tower. However, the suppression of the Zulong Tower was far from over. The 3 of them were forced to kneel on the ground, their faces were pale, and they had completely lost the initiative. The terror of the Zulong Tower had truly shown them how ferocious Jiang Chen was. I can't take it anymore, Dan Yongzi said while gritting his teeth. The meridians in his body felt like they were about to break. The octagonal cauldron in his hand was also cracking under the suppression. My octagonal cauldron, no! Dan Yongzi roared in anger. The octagonal cauldron was completely destroyed under the suppression of the Zulong Tower. I can't take it anymore, Li Zhan said while gritting his teeth. However, the 3 of them were still completely suppressed by Jiang Chen. They had lost their most basic attack. It was a problem for them to protect themselves. Puff! Shen Yuanzhong spurted out a mouthful of blood. Both of his legs were broken. Crack! He could no longer stand on the ground. I never thought that I, Shen Yuanzhong, would be defeated by a brat like you. I'm not willing. Shen Yuanzhong's eyes were filled with regret and helplessness. Because he had no strength to fight anymore. He had become a puppet in the hands of Jiang Chen. The 3 experts of the strongest sect in the Linhe boundary were defeated, and they were utterly defeated. Are the 3 sect leaders going to be defeated? This guy, I don't know how to describe him. Is he the Satan from the 18th level of hell? I think this will be the most desperate moment of my life. This guy will never let us go. Linha boundary, is this really the end? Zhang Chen is too terrifying. The ancestral dragon pagoda was like a huge golden mountain. The three mid-divine king realm experts could not withstand its terrifying pressure at all. Zhang Chen stood proudly on top of the Zulong Tower with an imposing aurich. The world is vast, but everyone was defeated by my hands. Who dares to challenge me? Zhang Chen was filled with anger. Zhang Chen did not feel any joy or sorrow in this battle. He wanted to use the entire clear stream sect to wash away his father's pain and injustice. No one could stop him. The remaining 50,000 disciples were in despair. Even the sect lords and elders who came to help the clear stream sect to eliminate Zhang Chen looked pale. Zhang Chen was invincible, sweeping across the entire clear stream sect. No one was his match. This was the general trend. Zhang Chen's suppressive strength made the three sect lords kneel down on the ground once again. Their lower bodies were crushed. This was not only a heavy blow to the three of them, it was also a humiliation to the Clear Stream sect, the Ghost Eye sect, the Divine Pill sect and the entire Linha boundary. They were the pillars of the three sects, but at this moment, they were crushed by Zhang Chen and their pride was completely crushed. Old ancestor, save me. Shenyuan Zhong let out a long roar that shook the heavens and earth. He no longer had the strength to lead the Clear Stream sect to victory. Their 10,000 years of foundation was destroyed in a single day. More than half of the 100,000 disciples were killed. His face was completely gone after this battle. Zhang Chen squinted his eyes. Is there anyone else in the Clear Stream sect who can stand up for him? Even Shenyuan Zhong addressed him as an old ancestor. It seems like the Clear Stream sect has a strong foundation. Useless things. The Clear Stream sect was almost annihilated in your hands. You have truly disappointed me. A white-robed silhouette stepped out from the void. It was as if he had come from beyond the heavens. The old man had a kind face, but his pair of eagle-like eyes gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. His skinny face was filled with wrinkles. The white-clothed old man's hunched body was tall and straight in Shenyuan Zhong's eyes. He was filled with respect and fear. The white-clothed old man harumphed coldly and glanced at Shenyuan Zhong. Shenyuan Jie, is it really you? Chapter 2680. It's him? Is it really him? The ancestor of Nether River, Shenyuan Jie, who was famous in the Linha boundary 7,000 years ago. Li Zhan took a deep breath. Obviously, the name of ancestor of Nether River had a great impact on him. Lil Yongzi, even you have become the sect lord of the Divine Pill sect. Time is really unforgiving. Is Dan Yuanzi still around? Shenyuan Jie's eyelids twitched. Over 700 years ago, Grandmaster Dan Yuanzi passed away in meditation. Dan Yongzi sighed and said helplessly. Shenyuan Jie's hand slightly trembled. He looked a little lonely as he shook his head, as if he was reminiscing about his old friend. Ancestor of Nether River? Interesting. The ancestor of the Clear Stream sect? Looks like I forced some old farts out this time. Zhang Chen sneered. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and you'll be saved. Lad, you've sinned too much. Surrender and I might spare your life. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Shenyuan Jie said faintly. It seemed like he was teaching Zhang Chen in a high and mighty manner. If you want to fight, let's fight. I, Zhang Chen, will flatten the Clear Stream sect today. Let's see who can stop me. Zhang Chen took a step forward and his battle intent grew stronger. He did not put Shenyuan Jie in his eyes at all. Lad, it's time for you to die. The ancestor of Nether River has been in seclusion for 3,000 years. His strength has reached perfection. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Shenyuan Zhong sneered as if he had found his backbone. That's right. There's only one result for going against the ancestor of Nether River. When the ancestor of Nether River dominated the world, you're not even born yet. You must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts to fight the ancestor of Nether River. Dan Yongzi was very confident. They were safe with Shenyuan Jie here. Shenyuan Jie's strength had reached at least the late Divine King realm. Zhang Chen would not be his opponent. I've been waiting for Senior to make a move. Ghost Eye sect admits defeat. I hope that Senior will be generous enough to save us. The corners of Li Zhan's mouth curled into a smile. Jiang Chen's death was probably not far away. Noisy. Jiang Chen frowned, his face gloomy. Die for me. No one can save you. Not even the heavens. Jiang Chen pressed the ancestral dragon pagoda down fiercely. At this moment, Li Zhan, Dan Yongzi and Shen Yuanzhong's faces turned pale as they roared in anger. Save my ancestor. No, no. Shen Yuanjie narrowed his eyes and shouted in a deep voice. How dare you? However, Jiang Chen did not care about anything else. The ancestral dragon pagoda pressed down. The terrifying suppressive force crushed the three mid-divine king realm experts' flesh and blood, bones and souls. Everyone was dumbfounded. The 50,000 disciples of the Clear Stream sect were extremely quiet. The 20 great divine king realm experts took a deep breath at this moment and their bodies trembled. This was too terrifying. Jiang Chen was really reckless. He dared to take action against old ancestor Shen Yuanjie. Shen Yuanjie did not expect that Jiang Chen would be so ruthless. He thought that Jiang Chen would beg for mercy. However, the three of them were crushed to death by the Zulong Tower. At this moment, Shen Yuanjie was enraged. Jiang Chen killed the three sect masters in front of him and turned the entire Clear Stream sect upside down. Half of the disciples were killed. The sect master of the Clear Stream sect had become an immortal in history. If Shen Yuanjie did not uphold justice, the entire Linhe boundary would be in chaos. Jiang Chen's swift action made everyone in the Clear Stream sect keep quiet out of fear that they would be killed by Jiang Chen. Di Longhuai, Di Longqing, Li Xie, Li Batian, Dan Feng and Dan Kuei were all dumbfounded. Because the three sect masters were killed by Jiang Chen. This would definitely cause a great commotion in the Linhe boundary. The three most powerful sects in the Linhe boundary had lost their leader. How could the Linhe boundary not be in chaos? Jiang Chen looked at Shen Yuanjie and smiled. I'm sorry, they were just 3 dogs. So what? Do you have a problem with that? Shen Yuanjie shook his head and the smile on his face became more sinister. Because he knew that the young man in front of him was determined to fight to the death with him. Although he had not reached the peak of the Divine King realm, he could still control the lightning in front of this reckless young man. The death of the 3 sect masters was a great blow to the disciples of the Clear Stream sect and the Divine King realm experts. If Jiang Chen could kill the 3 sect masters, it would be a piece of cake for him to kill them. Moreover, it was not only about the life and death of the 3 sect masters, but also the reputation of the entire Linhe boundary. Jiang Chen did not care about it at all. The 3 sect masters were just like chickens and dogs in his eyes. They could not fight back at all and were crushed to death. This was something that had never happened in the Clear Stream sect for thousands of years. The sect masters were killed and the Clear Stream sect was in a mess. Moreover, Jiang Chen had threatened to kill everyone in the Clear Stream sect. This had gone beyond Shen Yuanjie's patience. The 20 Divine King realm experts were extremely scared and embarrassed. You're strong and arrogant. It's not easy for you to be so calm in the face of the entire Linhe boundary. However, you should know that you're going to die today. Really? I would like to see who can stop me. Even if I know that I'm going to die today, I will fight till the very last moment. My father's injuries cannot be in vain. He almost lost his life in the Clear Stream sect for me. I must give my father an explanation. Even if he's the Reverend of the 9 boundaries, I will still kill him. I will not put the old ancestor of the Clear Stream sect in my eyes. Jiang Chen and Shen Yuanjie looked at each other. Neither of them took a step back. However, it was obvious that Shen Yuanjie was winning. Jiang Chen could feel a strong pressure coming from him. This person's strength was on par with Xueqi, but his divine origin energy was much stronger than Xueqi's. After thousands of years of accumulation, Shen Yuanjie's strength was much stronger than an ordinary late Divine King realm expert. He was only a step away from the peak Divine King realm. You're talented but you don't know how to cherish it. This is where your ignorance lies. You're just a half-step Divine King. What can you do? You're just a frog in the well. If I want to kill you, why would I need to use a butcher's knife? If I don't destroy your soul, how can I face the 100,000 disciples of the Clear Stream sect? You're too audacious to kill Shen Yuanzhong in front of me. Shen Yuanjie's expression was cold. He had lost his patience with Jiang Chen. Defeat me, then you're qualified to speak. Chapter 2681. Shen Yuanjie was the leading figure of the previous era, the true king of the Linhe boundary. He thought that his appearance would crush Jiang Chen, but it turned out to be like this. The three patriarchs had disappeared and Jiang Chen did not even put him in his eyes. How could Shen Yuanjie not be angry? Back then, Shen Yuanjie was also a peerlessly talented super expert. It was only because he was infatuated with cultivation that he retired from the stage of battle. Each generation had its own talents, and each of them had been outstanding for hundreds of years. As for an old man like him, there weren't many people he could remember. Shen Yuanjie came out this time to sound the alarm in the Linhe boundary. He, Shen Yuanjie, had not stepped into the coffin yet. Lad, your arrogance is the same as mine in the past. It's a pity that you don't know how to keep a low profile. You should know that there's always a higher mountain. Today, I will show you the true bearing of a king. Shen Yuanjie looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. His skinny figure took a step forward, and the surrounding space became distorted. He displayed the strength of a late divine king, and he was much stronger than Xueqi. Great! Jiang Chen shouted and soared up to the clouds. The battle between the two of them had begun from this moment onwards. As an expert of the older generation, Shen Yuanjie's strength was unquestionable. Jiang Chen resisted with the heavenly dragon sword and the ancient soaring dragon technique, but he still could not gain the upper hand. Moreover, he felt that he was being suppressed by Shen Yuanjie. Powerful indeed. Even an ordinary peak divine king might not be able to defeat this old man. He's indeed a monstrous figure of the older generation. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. Mountains were shattered and rivers were flowing. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat again and again. He's indeed an expert of the older generation. Old ancestor Mingyi is indeed not as glorious as he was in the past. That's right. I didn't expect the Clear Stream sect to have such a peerless expert. No wonder it's the #1 sect in the Linhe boundary. What a pity. The three patriarchs of the Clear Stream sect, the Divine Pill sect, and the Ghost Eye sect all died here. I'm afraid there will be a great war this time. Isn't that right? That bastard Jiang Chen is simply a shit-stirrer. How can the hatred in our hearts be resolved if we don't kill him? Everyone gnashed their teeth in anger at Jiang Chen, wishing that Jiang Chen would be killed by Shen Yuanjie. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Although Jiang Chen looked tired, he didn't seem to be defeated at all. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance, so that even if Shen Yuanjie attacked fiercely, he didn't have many ways to kill Jiang Chen. What a cunning kid. Humph. Let's see how long you can run. Shen Yuanjie harumphed coldly. He took a big step forward and crossed the void, forcing Jiang Chen to use all his strength. Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. Under the support of the ancient soaring dragon technique, Jiang Chen could only defend himself. This guy was really hard to deal with. If it was the Ashura sword formation, Jiang Chen would be able to kill him, but obviously, Shen Yuanjie wouldn't give him any time to set up the formation. Heavenly Lightning. Jiang Chen kept the Heavenly Dragon Sword and held the Dawn Sky Golden Lightning in his left hand, and the 9 Stars Heavenly Tribulation Lightning in his right. Shen Yuanjie's expression changed drastically as he looked at Jiang Chen with a serious expression. You can control the Heavenly Lightning? Shen Yuanjie was obviously frightened by Jiang Chen. This fella could use the Heavenly Lightning as his weapon. It was really hard to deal with him. Shen Yuanjie looked up and saw thunderclouds rumbling above his head. The 2 Heavenly Lightnings could explode at any time. You want to force me to retreat with just 2 Heavenly Lightnings? You're too naive. Shen Yuanjie said in disdain, completely ignoring the Heavenly Lightning. Is that so? Jiang Qinlunglung said. Within a few thousand miles, the Clear Stream sect was burnt and suffered heavy casualties. Under the Heavenly Lightning, Shen Yuanjie also couldn't get close to Jiang Chen. He could only try to find an opportunity to get close to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's palm was filled with Heavenly Lightning, and the Heavenly Tao Heavenly Lightning was constantly unleashed. The dazzling power of lightning penetrated through the entire Clear Stream sect. In an instant, not even a blade of grass could be seen. The disciples of the Clear Stream sect had suffered a great loss. Shen Yuanjie's face looked even worse. The death of the Clear Stream sect's patriarch might not be a big deal, they could just choose another one. But if all the disciples died, then the Clear Stream sect's foundation would be completely destroyed. The Clear Stream sect might cease to exist. This Jiang Chen is truly terrifying. His methods are ruthless and terrifying. He's trying to uproot the entire Clear Stream sect. You lunatic! Innocent disciples, what crime have you committed? You're going to kill them all. Shen Yuanjie roared and kept dodging the thunder and lightning. Compared to ordinary thunder, the heavenly thunder was far more powerful. Thousands of miles of dark clouds. Thousands of miles of lightning. The clear river boundary was covered in a sea of lightning. From the moment you provoked me, you should have thought of the consequences. From the moment you attacked my father, I'm no longer Jiang Chen, I'm a god of death. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll return the favor 10-fold or 100-fold. This is my Tao. Jiang Chen looked at Shen Yuanjie with disdain. The latter's face turned pale, but he couldn't do anything. Under the heavenly lightning, even those half-step divine kings were killed. Many elders and elite disciples of the sect were killed. Jiang Chen's Tao was that those who obey him would prosper and those who oppose him would perish. I didn't have the intention to conquer the world, but the world doesn't accept a ruler. Jiang Chen was low-key enough, but there were still so many people who wanted to provoke him. It's fine if they provoked him, but why do they have to involve the people closest to them? How could Jiang Chen tolerate them? Initially, he wanted to kill the elders of the Clear Stream sect and leave. Jiang Chen didn't want to kill innocent people, but the other party was too aggressive. He had no choice but to uproot the Clear Stream sect. So what if they have 100,000 disciples? I, Jiang Chen, will kill millions of people when I'm angry. I'm the god of death. You're a lunatic. A demon. Today, I, Shen Yuanjie, will kill you. How could Shen Yuanjie listen to Jiang Chen's words? He only saw Jiang Chen killing innocent people and destroying the foundation of his Clear Stream sect. How could Shen Yuanjie tolerate this? The heavenly lightning was still rumbling, but Shen Yuanjie was resolute at this moment. He shuttled through the heavenly lightning towards Jiang Chen. Then, I'll let you have a taste of my heavenly lightning fusion. Jiang Chen retreated again and again. The heavenly lightning kept falling. Shen Yuanjie was attacked several times in the heavenly lightning sea, but he was still unfazed. He charged towards Jiang Chen and the distance between them was getting shorter. Let's see how you're going to break my heavenly lightning fusion. Chapter 2682. Above the void, the thunderbolts were still roaring, but Shen Yuanjie's figure had already disappeared. The people of Linhe Boundary were once again amazed by the terrifying power of the fusion of thunderbolts. Was Shen Yuanjie going to be defeated this time? Senior Shen Yuanjie, did he fake his death? It's possible. Jiang Chen's attack was too terrifying. Even a late divine king might not be able to withstand it. Is our Clear Stream sect really finished? Everyone was extremely sad and their faces were pale. Because if Shen Yuanjie was dead, then the Clear Stream sect would face destruction and no one could save them. I'm afraid it's not that easy to kill me. Shen Yuanjie's voice resounded in the midst of the dust. Everyone held their breaths, and their faces lit up with excitement. Not bad. You're a miracle to be able to survive my fusion of thunderbolts. Jiang Chen said faintly. However, he was extremely shocked in his heart. How did this guy survive? Shen Yuanjie's eyes were sharp. Although he was injured, it wasn't a serious injury. It was Jiang Chen's first time meeting such a powerful man who could still walk leisurely under the fusion of the heavenly lightning. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on the broken sword in Shen Yuanjie's hand. The golden sword was only a foot long and it was made of a blade without a hilt. On the blade, there were engravings of mountains, rivers, grass, trees, sun, moon, and stars. Although it was broken, it gave people a magnificent feeling, as if a peerless dragon had descended to the world. Jiang Chen's eyes were burning with passion. Even the heavenly dragon sword in his hand was trembling at this moment. It seemed like it was longing for it, but it also seemed like it was trembling. The battle intent in the unseen world made Jiang Chen even more solemn. It must be this broken sword that blocked the attack of his fusion of thunderbolts. Sword, winds and clouds. Shen Yuanjie slashed out with his sword, and a mad dragon roared. The golden sword light penetrated the void of 1,000 feet. Jiang Chen immediately went up to meet it. The sky dragon sword and the broken golden sword collided, emitting thousands of rays of light. The sky dragon's sword trembled more violently, as if it had an unparalleled desire. After 9 rounds of fighting, the sky dragon sword's sword chi was already threatening, and it became more and more powerful. However, the broken sword in Shen Yuanjie's hand still did not fall a bit. What a terrifying sword! For the first time in his life, Jiang Chen felt that a sword could be compared to the heavenly dragon sword, and it was a broken sword. Sword descends cutting heaven and earth. Shen Yuanjie's sword power was incomparably ferocious, cutting through mountains and rivers. Everyone's faces turned pale. This sword was really too powerful. 3,000 miles of ice. Jiang Chen also slashed horizontally, fighting with Shen Yuanjie again. The sword shadow turned into an iceberg, the blue and golden sword light intertwined, like two ancient dragons fighting desperately, and finally disappeared into the void. Jiang Chen felt that Shen Yuanjie's aura had also climbed to the limit. This sword was amazing, but he knew that it was difficult for him to control the power of the heavenly dragon sword when facing the broken sword. The heavenly dragon sword was sealed by the craftsman god before because it was too powerful, and the powerful sword soul was also beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. However, at this moment, the heavenly dragon sword seemed to break through the shackles and turned into a dragon. To be able to block my sword, it seems that I have really underestimated you. The sword in your hand. I must have it. Shen Yuanjie's eyes were burning with passion. The sword in his hand was a broken sword of the Shen Yuan sword. The Shen Yuan sword, which was known as the strongest attack in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, could not even cut it down. Moreover, the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand could actually compete with the Shen Yuan sword. How could Shen Yuanjie not be greedy? For those who loved swords, the sword was their life. I am also very interested in your sword. Leave this sword to me. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Both of them were people who loved swords as much as their lives. The trembling of the heavenly dragon sword had already explained everything, and there was even a trace of nervousness. Although Jiang Chen was still unable to communicate with the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword, he could clearly feel that the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword wanted to fight with him. It's useless to say more. Watch my sword. Shen Yuanjie raised his sword again and swept across 90,000 miles. The sword pierced through the river. Jiang Chen's face was extremely serious. This was the strongest battle he had experienced after his breakthrough. Moreover, this guy was holding a divine sword, which was not weaker than his heavenly dragon sword. Even the heaven thunder could not kill him. He was indeed an amazing master. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grasped it. The heavenly dragon sword trembled even more violently, as if it was about to fly out of his hand and compete with the golden divine sword. Jiang Chen had already guessed that the sword was probably the Shen Yuan sword, one of the 10 ancient divine weapons. On the blade, one side was engraved with mountains, rivers, grass and trees, and the other side was engraved with the sun, moon and stars. One side of the hilt was engraved with the art of farming, and the other side was engraved with the strategy of unifying the 4 seas. It was said that it was the strongest divine weapon in the 4 seas, 8 wastelands, 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was just a broken sword, but it was able to fight against the heavenly dragon sword. Even Jiang Chen found it hard to guess. If it was the real Shen Yuan sword, even the heavenly dragon sword would be inferior. However, at this moment, the Shen Yuan sword was only a broken sword. The heavenly dragon sword was unstoppable and it was bound to compete with the broken Shen Yuan sword. The two of them constantly collided, and the sword shadows overlapped. They fought for hundreds of rounds, but there was no clear winner. However, Jiang Chen's recovery power, after being refined by the myriad qi, was even better than that of the wood spirit. Now, Jiang Chen was like an immortal. The flames of war were burning, and he was immortal. But Shen Yuanjie was different. His recovery power could not be compared with Jiang Chen's, so at this moment, he wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Although the broken Shen Yuan sword was only a broken sword, it was extremely powerful. Under such a high-intensity battle, his consumption was completely burdensome. He had to end this battle as soon as possible. Have a taste of my sword. Sword shatters the stars. Shen Yuanjie used his strongest attack. He had no more time. Jiang Chen's expression was cold, and he was as still as a mountain. Let's see whether the Eastern Emperor Bell is stronger in defense or the Shen Yuan sword's attack. Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a faint smile. Divine Golden Bell. With the help of the Eastern Emperor Bell, the Divine Golden Bell blocked Shen Yuanjie's attack. However, Jiang Chen's Divine Golden Bell was gradually crushed by the sword light, but it was still not broken. In the end, it was still the Eastern Emperor Bell. However, Jiang Chen's heart was full of doubts. This could not show who was stronger. If it was the perfect Shenyuan sword, or the perfect Eastern Emperor bell, maybe it would be a different scene. What a strong defense. Unfortunately, it still can't stop me. So what if I attack again? Chapter 2683. Where the sword points, go forward with indomitable will. The Sky Dragon sword surged again and clashed with the broken Shenyuan sword. At that moment, the light was dazzling and the sea was illuminated. Countless people looked up at the sky, at the peak of the clear stream sect. It could be said to be a shocking battle. On the heavenly dragon sword, the dragon's soul roared deafeningly. Jiang Chen had fused with the ancient soaring dragon technique, making the heavenly dragon sword even more like a fish in water. At this moment, the heavenly dragon sword was like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon. The layers of ostentatiousness were removed and the most perfect side was revealed. The seal of the craftsman god was also completely broken at this moment. The original brilliance of the heavenly dragon sword shone in the sky. Roar! The sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword was like a dragon coming out of the sea, breaking the sky. However, the broken Shenyuan sword was only a broken sword without a sword soul. Therefore, the final impact of the sword soul caused Shenyuan Jie to be instantly engulfed by Jiang Chen's sword aura. In a split second, Shenyuan Jie was cut down by Jiang Chen's sword. Shenyuan Jie roared in a low voice. Blood spurted out from his mouth and his face turned pale. He fell from the altar and knelt on one knee. He had completely lost the ability to fight. Jiang Chen held the broken Shenyuan sword in his hand. A dreadful divine dragon's strength burst out from his body. Both the heavenly dragon sword and the broken Shenyuan sword were trembling continuously, but none of them seemed to be afraid of the other. Shenyuan Jie was defeated miserably. Most importantly, although the broken Shenyuan sword was powerful, it won at the critical moment. The heavenly dragon sword broke through the shackles of the seal and perfectly displayed the dreadfulness of the sword soul. The new generation excels the old. Each generation is stronger than the previous one. There are talented people in every generation, and each of them will be outstanding for hundreds of years. I lost. Shenyuan Jie smiled bitterly. He was injured by Jiang Chen's sword soul and was already struggling at death's door. Thank you for the sword, but I will still destroy the clear stream sect. Sword. Hee. I'm afraid that you can't take this sword away. Shenyuan Jie shook his head with a smile, but his eyes were blazing. He looked to the east, where a terrifying giant sword shadow was approaching. Jiang Chen's pupils constricted. Before the sword arrived, the sword chi was already right in front of him. Although it was still 1,000 miles away, the overbearing aura forced him to take a few steps back. What a terrifying sword energy, Jiang Chen thought. Above the void, there was a sword shadow that looked real and illusory. On the blade of the sword, there was an old man in dark green robe standing with his hands clasped behind his back, bringing a great pressure to the entire clear stream sect. In the end you still came, Shenyuan Jie said indifferently. He seemed a little unhappy as he looked at the green-robed old man in the sky. It's fine if you die, but you can't lose your sword, the old man said coldly. Brat, hand over the broken sword and I will let you go. What if I say no? I like this broken sword. It's my trophy. Why should I give it to you? Jiang Chen said with a sneer. This fellow was not simple at all. Even Jiang Chen felt that it was difficult to fight against him. However, Jiang Chen would not let go of the duck that was already in his hands. You're young and promising, but if you insist on not giving it to me, I'm afraid I'll have to take action. Hee. The old man said with a faint smile. Shenyuan Mini, I'd like to see which one of you is more powerful. Ha! Shenyuan Jie said with a laugh. He looked at Shenyuan Mini with hatred. Shenyuan Mini? It's him? Isn't he the elder brother of Shenyuan Jie? One of the Styx duo was him. Li Xie's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice. Yes. Old Ancestor Styx was the title of Shenyuan Jie. When he was at his peak, he had a brother called Shenyuan Mini, the elder brother of the Styx duo. So he's still alive. Dan Feng could not help but nod his head. This could be considered as a huge matter that could shock the entire Linhe boundary. Old Ancestor Styx, Shenyuan Jie has been defeated. I don't know if Shenyuan Mini can shoulder the burden of the Linhe boundary. Di Longhuai said with a bitter smile. They were extremely depressed after being defeated again and again. Jiang Chen's strength was too terrifying. He was invincible. This was their evaluation of Jiang Chen. He was like an insurmountable mountain, while his real strength was only at the half-step divine king realm. Don't worry. I'm not as useless as you. You even lost the old ancestors' belongings. Shen Yuanmini said coldly. Shen Yuanjie's expression changed drastically, but he only let out a cold harumph. Cut the crap. Get the broken Shen Yuan sword back if you're capable. Jiang Chen looked at the two fellas. Obviously, they had a close relationship, but they did not want to let the other get the broken Shen Yuan sword. I'm not interested in the two of you. The broken Shen Yuan sword is mine and the clear stream sect is mine to destroy. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing has happened. Jiang Chen said confidently. Ha ha ha. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Compared to Xueqi, you're better. What a pity for that genius. Good lad. I won't talk to you anymore. If you can defeat me, the broken Shen Yuan sword is yours. Shen Yuanmini smiled and shook his head. You know Xueqi? Jiang Chen frowned. Xueqi was one of his few friends and they appreciated each other. Xueqi came from the Forgotten Sword Tomb. Jiang Chen did not want to offend the Forgotten Sword Tomb as it would put Xueqi in a difficult position. Forgotten Sword Tomb. I am the guardian of this generation's sword tomb. Xueqi is my martial nephew. Well, I won't kill you. Jiang Chen smiled. The Forgotten Sword Tomb was the only big sect that did not hunt him down, largely because of Xueqi. Therefore, Jiang Chen would not bite the hand that fed him. Lad, I appreciate you very much. But you can't take the broken Shen Yuan sword away. It's the treasure that the Forgotten Sword Tomb has been guarding for thousands of years. Shen Yuanmini's eyes became hot and his expression became more and more serious. Since he could defeat Shen Yuanjie, it meant that he was not simple. Shen Yuanmini would not ignore Jiang Chen. Well, let's see what I'm capable of. Jiang Chen looked steadily forward. Shen Yuanmini did not come for the clear stream sect, but for the broken Shen Yuan sword. It was not difficult to explain that he came from the Forgotten Sword Tomb, but he was also determined to get the broken Shen Yuan sword. Well, let's make friends by fighting. If I lose, I'll leave. If I win, I won't kill you. I'll take the broken Shen Yuan sword directly. Shen Yuanmini's tone surprised Jiang Chen. It seemed that Shen Yuanjie knew it was Shen Yuanmini, but he was not happy at all. It turned out that there was a reason. The relationship between them was really hard to understand. It's a deal. Chapter 2684. Shen Yuanmini was calm and composed. After all, he was much weaker than Jiang Chen. Even though Shen Yuanjie had been defeated, he was still full of confidence. Shen Yuanjie was powerful enough, but he was defeated by Jiang Chen. Most importantly, he had lost the broken Shen Yuan sword. Apparently, Jiang Chen had seen through the uniqueness of the broken Shen Yuan sword, so he did not intend to return it to him. Shen Yuanjie and Shen Yuanjie were known as the Styx duo. His strength was almost on par with Shen Yuanjie's. Unfortunately, they parted ways in order to compete for the broken Shen Yuan sword. His master told him not to compete with Shen Yuanjie for the broken Shen Yuan sword. Therefore, Shen Yuanmini withdrew from the competition in Linhe boundary. At this moment, Shen Yuanmini had no reason to remain silent anymore. The broken Shen Yuan sword was supposed to be a priceless treasure that symbolized the status of their sect. It belonged to the Shen Yuan family from the divine land of the Central Province. The founder of the Shen Yuan family stole the broken sword from the Central Province divine land and established a sect in this remote place. Unfortunately, it was divided in the end. The Forgotten Sword Tomb and the Clear Stream sect were of the same origin, but the ups and downs in the end made people sigh. However, it was obvious that Shen Yuanmini no longer regarded himself as a sect of the same origin as the Clear Stream sect. All he wanted was the broken Shen Yuan sword, the only thing that the Forgotten Sword Tomb wanted to protect. It's better for all of you to die in the battle. Humph. Shen Yuanjie sneered. In his eyes, there was no brotherhood anymore. The broken Shen Yuan sword was the most real. Boy, now that Shen Yuanjie has lost to you, I can't take it lightly. Watch my move. Shen Yuanmini snorted. His attacks were as fast as lightning. Each of his attacks was fatal, leaving no room for Jiang Chen to fight back. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. He didn't dare to be careless. In terms of strength, He was at a complete disadvantage. All he could do was to retreat step by step. However, Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy. He looked for an opportunity to attack without mercy. His killing intent and momentum surged like a rainbow. The water of the Netherworld River, turn into a sword and head west. Shenyuan Mini pointed his finger at Jiang Chen. A terrifying ice sword pierced through the void and became bigger and bigger. The terrifying ice sword was already 10,000 zhang long. The tip of the sword was pointed at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen kept retreating with a solemn expression. The people around him kept dodging, but countless disciples of the Clear Stream sect were still trapped. Gradually, less than 10% of the disciples were left alive. The 100,000 disciples were all gone. 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen struck out a seal, which collided with Shenyuan Mini's Styx River ice sword. Jiang Chen was directly pushed back. As expected, Shenyuan Mini's strength was easily crushed. Jiang Chen could clearly feel Shenyuan Mini's strength. What a powerful fella. A peak divine king, only one step away from becoming a half-step hierarch. He's really something. Jiang Chen thought to himself. The power of one seal was enough to kill a mid-divine king realm expert. However, in the eyes of Shenyuan Mini, it was still not enough to shake him. You're no match for me at all. Shenyuan Mini was full of confidence. He looked at Jiang Chen with a confident expression. No one knows who will be the final winner until the last moment. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. His heavenly dragon sword was not inferior to Shenyuan Mini at all. Now that the sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword had returned and the seal was broken, it was more powerful than before. The sword edge was sharp. Shenyuan Mini looked dignified. Finally, he was impressed by Jiang Chen. That's more like it. Shenyuan Mini snorted and turned the ice sword in his hand. 10,000 zhang of ice fell from the sky, leaving no time for Jiang Chen to take a breath. No one knew how heavy the Styx River ice was. However, Jiang Chen resolutely withstood the sword. Although the ground under his feet had been pressed into a depression, he still looked calm. The sword of Styx River doesn't feel good, does it? Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword failed to break the sword of Styx River. Instead, it was completely suppressed by the sword of Styx River. At this moment, Jiang Chen looked serious. Shenyuan Mini was indeed more powerful than Shenyuan Jie. Shenyuan Mini, I didn't expect you to be stronger than me after all. Shenyuan Jie gnashed his teeth and said. Although he was unwilling to admit it, Jiang Chen had been completely suppressed by his sword of Styx River. Jiang Chen had no chance to fight back. Heavenly Dragon Sword. Dragon Soul Unsheath. Jiang Chen roared. The dragon soul of the heavenly dragon sword pierced through the sky and tore the sword of River Styx apart. The 3,000-li ice river was shattered and the sword of River Styx was torn apart. The sword soul of the heavenly dragon sword completely showed its terrifying side. Shenyuan Mini looked serious. Let's see what else you can do this time. Jiang Chen looked at the void arrogantly. He raised his sword and approached Shenyuan Mini. Since Shenyuan Mini's sword of Styx River had been broken by his sword, Shenyuan Mini was destined to be trapped here. Do you think that my sword of Styx River can be broken so easily? My sword won't break. Even the Shenyuan sword won't be able to break it. Shenyuan Mini put his palms together and the sword of Styx River was condensed again. It was the same as before. The terrifying sword of Styx River slashed down again. Jiang Chen's face changed for the first time. It's invisible, but it can condense into a sword. This guy is not simple. Jiang Chen kept retreating. The sword of Styx River crushed the void. Everyone in the Clear Stream sect was shocked. At this moment, countless people were suffocated by the powerful sword of Styx River. Ha ha ha, do you know what sword it is? It's the sword of Styx River, refined from the water of Styx River. Rootless water, invisible sword, invisible and invisible. What do you have to break my sword of Styx River? Shenyuan Mini looked at the void and ignored Jiang Chen. The sword of Styx River kept crushing the mountains and forests, turning the Clear Stream sect into a wasteland. Even without Jiang Chen's destruction, the Clear Stream sect would have been completely destroyed. 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. Jiang Chen held the 5 elemental trigram fire formation and struck out with the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal. At this moment, the sword of Styx River and the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal collided. The 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal gathered the 5 elemental true fire and a dragon-shaped seal was launched from Jiang Chen's hand. It rose to the sky and collided with the Sword of Styx River. This is 5 elemental true fire? How could it be possible to control 5 elemental true fires at the same time? You've really impressed me. Shenyuan Mini said in a low voice. Although the 3,000 Flames Dragon Seal formed by the 5 elemental true fire blocked the Sword of Styx River, neither of them could defeat the other. Although the 5 elemental true fire is powerful, there's no fire in this world that could melt my Sword of Styx River. You don't know how powerful it is. The water of Styx River is extremely cold. Who could stop my Sword of Styx River? Ha! Shenyuan Mini was still disdainful of Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. He said calmly, although the 5 elemental true fire couldn't melt your Sword of Styx River, your Sword of Styx River couldn't get any closer to me. Jiang Chen said confidently. Jiang Chen was undoubtedly able to defeat Shenyuan Mini in a second. Shenyuan Mini squinted his eyes. What Jiang Chen said was the truth. No fire could melt your Sword of Styx River? Hee, what a joke. Can't my Hellfire of the Red Lotus do the same? Honglian, who was dressed in red, flew up to the sky. She was graceful and elegant like a fairy. Her eyes were cold and emotionless. There was a burning flame between her eyebrows, which made people shudder with fear. Red. Hellfire of the Red Lotus? Shenyuan Mini staggered with a pale face. Does such a fire really exist in this world? While Shenyuan Mini was still confused, Red Lotus waved her hand casually. The Sword of Styx River, which looked extremely terrifying, instantly turned into a raindrop and fell on the earth, extinguishing the dust. As the rain fell, Shenyuan Mini was completely dumbfounded. It's the Hellfire of the Red Lotus, the most terrifying fire in the world. Shenyuan Mini murmured. He had never expected that the karmic fire of the Red Lotus would exist in Linhe boundary. He thought that it was just a legend. However, a wisp of flame had instantly melted the Sword of River Styx that he was so proud of. The so-called rootless water was so fragile in front of the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. It seems that you are more powerful than me. Jiang Chen looked at Honglian and gave her a thumbs up. Don't look at me. I didn't do it for you. I just can't stand his bragging. Honglian said faintly. Then she disappeared and returned to the myriad Qi cauldron. Chapter 2685. Red Lotus disappeared without a trace, but Shenyuan Mini was completely dumbfounded. He looked at Jiang Chen silently and sighed in his heart. However, he could not change the fact that he was severely injured by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus and the Sword of Styx River had completely collapsed. He had suffered a crushing defeat. Red Lotus's strength had improved again, but it was not unparalleled. However, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus could restrain the Sword of Styx River. Therefore, even if Shenyuan Mini had all kinds of martial arts, he had no chance to use them in front of Red Lotus. Defeated. I was defeated after all. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus. It's actually the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. I have nothing to say about being defeated by her. Kid, you're really lucky this time. Shenyuan Mini looked at Jiang Chen with a bitter smile and shook his head. He looked solemn. Since he had made a promise, he would not continue to fight with Jiang Chen. Moreover, he had consumed most of his strength and was not in his peak state. The injury caused by the karmic fire of the Red Lotus could not be healed in a short time. Thank you for letting me win, Jiang Chen said faintly. At this moment, he was ready to annihilate the entire Clear Stream sect. It was imperative. But let me give you a piece of advice. Kid, you can't hold the broken Shenyuan sword forever. On the contrary, once it loses the protection of the Shenyuan family, it will reveal its divine light. At that time, you'll be hunted down by the entire Shenyuan family. We're just living in a remote corner of the divine world. The real Shenyuan family isn't something that a puny divine king like you can contend against. Even emperors don't have the courage to challenge the Shenyuan family. Shenyuan Mini said in a low voice. It was both a warning and a threat. However, Jiang Chen did not buy it. The broken Shenyuan sword is in my hand, so it is naturally mine. If someone wants to take it away, let's see if he has the ability to do so. I, Jiang Chen, will fight with him at any time. I have some friendship with Xueqi, so I don't want the Forgotten Sword Tomb to intervene in this matter. Shenyuan Mini, You can leave now. Shen Yuanmini understood Jiang Chen's words very well. Jiang Chen was about to start a massacre. It was his promise, and it was also his way of venting his anger and dissatisfaction towards Clear Stream Sect and Linhe Boundary. Take a step back and you'll see the world. If you keep on killing like this, the only ones who will die will be the innocent disciples. You are a sinner. Shen Yuanmini sighed. Ha 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 ha. How sinful. I, Jiang Chen, did not intend to be enemies with them. But ever since I left the Linhe Boundary, they saw me as a thorn in their flesh. They wanted to kill me and take away my treasures. How can I tell them about my grievances? Furthermore, they slandered me by saying that I was guilty of killing thousands of their disciples. Who would know? The 100 Sect Alliance wanted to suppress me for eternity and pursued me for thousands of miles. Even my dearest brother almost died in their hands. Who would speak up for me? My father had nothing to do with this matter, and he did not know the reason behind it. Yet, he was persecuted by them mercilessly. Who would understand the pain in my heart? That's my father, my only father. Jiang Chen's voice was stern and every word he said was like a gem. His eyes were like a tiger's and no one dared to look him in the eye. Why aren't you talking? Were they all fucking mute? In this world, the weak are prey to the strong, and the strong are respected. If I was the one lying on the ground today, and I begged them to let me go, do you think they would agree? Ha ha ha. What a joke. What a joke. Then I would be mercilessly attacked, and I might never be able to reincarnate. It's normal for them to bully the weak, but I'm a sinner? Fuck your mother. What kind of bullshit logic is this? I'm going to start a massacre today. If I don't go to hell, who will? Even if I go to hell, I'm still going to kill gods and Buddhas. No one can stop me. Not even the heavens. Shen Yuanmini's breathing stagnated. He was speechless. At this moment, he fell into melancholy. Jiang Chen's words could not be said to be completely right, but they could not be said to be completely wrong either. At least that was what he thought. There must be a reason for everything, and there must be an effect. Perhaps, this was the evil that the 100 Sect Alliance had sowed. Jiang Chen's gaze swept across the sky. The 20 God Kings felt their scalps go numb. Jiang Chen had defeated 2 late God Kings in a row. Even if they had 3 heads and 6 arms, they would not be able to overturn Tian Gang. Right now, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Jiang Chen, you're a demon through and through. Don't try to twist logic. Today, my Clear Stream Sect will fight to the death. Shen Yuanjie's eyes almost popped out. This time, it was time for them to fight with their lives. If they did not do so, they would only end up dead. Shen Yuanmini, you old bastard. Even if we have thousands of years of hatred, we should unite against a common enemy at this moment. Don't forget that our surname is Shen Yuan. Shen Yuanjie glared at Shen Yuanmini. Shen Yuanmini nodded his head helplessly. Jiang Chen was an outsider after all. Although Shen Yuanmini and Shen Yuanjie had thousands of years of hatred, they were still from the same sect. Even if their bones were broken, their tendons would still be broken. Moreover, Jiang Chen had taken away the broken Shen Yuan sword. All right, Shen Yuanmini shouted. Shen Yuanjie was relieved. Now, the only thing they could do was to use the sect-protecting formation of the Clear Stream Sect. It was their greatest reliance. Although Jiang Chen was powerful, he might not be able to withstand the sect-protecting formation. Sect-protecting Grand Formation. Activate. Everyone, give me a hand to kill this bastard. All of you will be the greatest heroes. Otherwise, when this guy starts killing, no one can escape death. What Shen Yuanjie said was true. More than 20 Divine King Realm experts all helped Shen Yuanjie to activate the sect-protecting formation. Shen Yuanmini was no exception. More than 20 people activated the sect-protecting formation, and their only goal was to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold and he sneered. You want to play with formations with me? Jiang Chen was disdainful. He used the fire trigram formation of the 5 elements to protect himself. His hands kept changing, and a corner of the no-beginning formation attacked the sect-protecting formation again. A corner of the no-beginning formation was enough for Jiang Chen to use countless formations. Moreover, under the cover of Jiang Chen's no-beginning formation, the sect-protecting formation could not exert its true power at all. To be exact, the sect-protecting formation was completely paralyzed. How can this guy still be so relaxed? He doesn't know what's good for him. Humph. Once the sect protecting formation is activated, Jiang Chen will definitely die. Believe me, everyone, do your best and control the formation with me. He's really arrogant. He dares to break the sect protecting formation of the Clear Stream sect. What a joke. The sect protecting formation was activated, and the sky changed color. Clouds and thunder flashed, but the real fear came from the heavenly thunder in the depths of the clouds and thunder. The sect protecting formation was activated, and the remaining 20,000 disciples let out a sigh of relief at this moment. Under the control of the sect protecting formation, they would definitely be safe. You are too naive. Formations are not played like this. It's just a sect protecting formation, and it's under the control of so many people. Who can take the lead? Haha, do you really think that everyone can play with formations? Chapter 2686. Break it. No beginning formation. No beginning return to 1. Jiang Chen had completely controlled the formation, making the no beginning formation and the sect protecting grand formation as equals. There was only one thing that Jiang Chen was doing now, and that was to kill mercilessly, without mercy. Jiang Chen was like a dragon that had entered the sea, invincible. He rushed towards the Clear Stream sect and killed 20,000 disciples with a single slash. Wails and screams were heard everywhere. Apart from endless unwillingness, anger, fear and trembling, there was no response from those people. They were no longer as arrogant as before, 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 they were no longer as arrogant as before. They were now like ants in the hands of Jiang Chen, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Shen Yuanjie's heart was trembling. Di Long was in Di Long's arms. Everyone gasped. Jiang Chen was just too terrifying. No one was able to escape from his grasp. Jiang Chen was just too terrifying. No one could escape from his palm. Jiang Chen, you are too cruel. You are a devil, a lunatic, you will go to the 18th level of hell. Shen Yuanjie shouted himself hoarse. His face was pale. The foundation of the Clear Stream sect had been destroyed just like that. A sect without any disciples was equivalent to an empty shell. Shen Yuanjie had never thought that Jiang Chen would really go on a killing spree without any hesitation. This would incur the wrath of the heavens. This was disregarding human life. However, he seemed to have forgotten about his own sect and the whole Linhe boundary. The thing that Jiang Chen could not tolerate the most was his father being persecuted mercilessly. So what if he was called a devil? What's the difference between killing one person and millions of people? That's why no one can change my mind about what I'm going to do. I'm going to kill, and I'm going to kill to my heart's content. I'm going to get justice for my father. I originally didn't want to kill people, but you forced me to do this. I, Jiang Chen, won't let off anyone who offends me. Accept your death. None of you can change my original intention. What I want is not to kill, but to let you understand that I, Jiang Chen, am a demon before you die. Jiang Chen looked down on all living things, killing to his heart's content. He wasn't an executioner, but if he was on the losing side, what would he do? Perhaps they would only be crueler than him? There was no need for Jiang Chen to feel pity. Who had ever felt pity for his father? Family members shouldn't be implicated, but her father had suffered because of hers. Kill. Jiang Chen killed 10 people with a single step. The disciples, elites and elders of Clear Stream sect were all killed by Jiang Chen's sword. The sect guarding Grand Formation couldn't protect them. Everyone's face was as red as a pig's liver. Bastard! You're going against the laws of heaven. Stop now. Kneel down and accept your death. A loud roar tore through the sky. It was as if even tens of millions of miles away, everyone could feel the shock and pressure that came from the depths of their hearts. Everyone looked towards the sky as a sliver of excitement rose in their hearts and hope was reignited. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked up. Above the void, a figure gradually appeared. He wore a white robe and held a feather sword in his hand. His robe was fluttering in the wind. His aura was outstanding, and he seemed to be above everyone else. Looking at him from afar, he was unreachable. Who are you? Jiang Chen frowned, ignoring the middle-aged man in front of him. However, he could feel that the middle-aged man was extremely powerful. It's the Honorable Lord, The Honorable Lord of the Nine Boundaries. Shen Yuanjie's expression changed and he immediately knelt down. When he was still a child, he was fortunate enough to see the Honorable Lord of the Nine Boundaries. He didn't expect to see the Honorable Lord of the Nine Boundaries again in his lifetime. It was a great fortune. The Honorable Lord of the Nine Boundaries would definitely save them. Is it really the Honorable Lord of the Nine Boundaries? We're saved. Ha ha ha, we won't be killed by Jiang Chen. Reverend Lord, you must seek justice for us. This Jiang Chen is a heinous criminal who has killed countless people. He should be sent to the 18th level of hell. The Clear Stream sect was destroyed by Jiang Chen. I hope the Reverend can uphold justice for us. Everyone placed their hopes on the Honorable Lord of the Nine Boundaries. Not to mention Jiang Chen, the Honorable Lord of the Nine Boundaries was an influential person in the Lone Dragon County. How could anyone disobey him? When they saw the Honorable Lord of the Nine Boundaries, they had to bow 3 times and kowtow 9 times to show their respect. Everyone knelt down. Only Jiang Chen stood there, looking at the Honorable Lord of the Nine Boundaries coldly. He looked at the figure in the sky. The Honorable Lord of the Nine Boundaries? Humph. This is the first time I've seen him. Jiang Chen sneered. He didn't think much of it. You don't even care about the Honorable Lord. It's time for you to die. Shen Yuanjie sneered in his heart. A Reverend of the Nine Boundaries, that was the combat strength of a Reverend. No one dared to go against him. His strength was so great that they couldn't fight him. Jiang Chen's reckless behavior made him even more delighted. Bastard, kneel down and accept your death. Maybe I'll let you die in one piece. Otherwise, I'll destroy your soul. You're the first to disobey the Honorable Lord. The white-clothed Honorable Lord's eyes were filled with killing intent. He stared at Jiang Chen fiercely. Honorable Lord, so what? I want to kill. Who can stop me? I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Even an Honorable Lord has to be restrained. You're just a clone. Do you really think that I, Jiang Chen, am afraid of you? If you're here in person, I might have to run away. But now, even you can't stop me from killing. Even though it was just a clone, it still represented the authority and dominance of the Reverend of the Nine Boundaries, supreme glory and dignity. Jiang Chen just ignored it. The white-robed Reverend felt that his face had suffered a great blow. Even a puny half-step divine king dared to talk to him like this. How was he going to lead the Nine Boundaries in the future and convince the people? At this moment, both the white-robed Reverend and Jiang Chen had a cold expression on their faces. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was fearless. Reverend Lord, how dare you speak such arrogant words? Jiang Chen, do you really want to die? Shen Yuanjie roared in anger. He cupped his fists respectfully. You're just a fox pretending to be a tiger. No one can stop me from killing you. Not to mention the Honorable Lord of the Nine Boundaries. Not even God can make me change my mind. Jiang Chen was incomparably domineering. He was the Honorable Lord of the Nine Boundaries. Looks like you really won't shed a tear until you see your coffin. Even if it's just a clone, it'll still be as easy as flipping its hand to kill you. You're too arrogant. Kid, you're the most impulsive person I've ever seen in the 9 heavens and 10 boundaries. The result of being impulsive is death. The Honorable Lord of the 9 Boundaries looked down on the void. Not to mention the Linha boundary. Even the Lone Dragon County dared to disrespect him. But Jiang Chen did it. He did not take him seriously. Moreover, he dared to kill countless people in front of him. Jiang Chen was simply ignoring his existence. You dare to offend the Honorable Lord of the 9 Boundaries. Humph. Chapter 2687. Evil will never win. Haha, we're finally saved. Di Longhuai laughed and said. The haze in his heart had been swept away. The only failure was the Clear Stream sect which had been destroyed. However, he was the most likely person to become the sect leader after the Clear Stream sect was rebuilt. To others, this was bad news, but to him, perhaps it was good news. I want you to watch as I kill everyone here. Jiang Chen pointed his sword at the Reverend of the 9 Boundaries. The tension between the two of them had reached its peak. Lowly fella, how dare you challenge me? Deh. The white-robed Reverend narrowed his eyes and charged towards Jiang Chen from the 9 heavens. Great soul derivation technique. Seal it. Jiang Chen's divine soul had already broken through the hierarch realm and had almost reached the middle hierarch realm. He had not used the Great Soul Derivation technique before because it required soul power and was too exhausting. However, Jiang Chen's Great Soul Derivation technique could block all divine souls below the hierarch realm. Although the white-robed Reverend was powerful, his divine soul clone could not surpass the hierarch realm. Therefore, Jiang Chen was confident that he could block him. The white-robed Reverend was slightly stunned. In the next second, he was completely frozen by the Great Soul Derivation technique. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. I've said it before. You can only watch the show. Everyone here deserves to die. They should all go to hell. Jiang Chen walked with his sword and killed everyone within 1,000 miles. The entire Clear Stream sect was filled with screams and cries. The white-robed Reverend's eyes were filled with anger. He felt that his dignity was being challenged. No matter how powerful he was, he could not break free from Jiang Chen's Great Soul Derivation technique. His divine soul was completely suppressed. The white-robed Reverend could only watch experts fall one by one. True God Realm, Heavenly God Realm, Divine King Realm. There was no exception. Save me, High Lord. I don't want to die. Reverend, please save us. The Clear Stream sect cannot be destroyed. Linha boundary cannot yield. I don't want to die, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Jiang Chen, you can't kill us. Honorable Lord, please be merciful and save us. Li Batian, Dan Feng, Di Longhuai and the others looked pale. Jiang Chen's sword had killed 800 people. The people of Clear Stream sect and other sects who came to seek protection from Clear Stream sect were all killed by Jiang Chen. Clear Stream sect was really destroyed. The people of Divine Pill sect, Ghost Eye sect and more than 10 other sects were secretly glad that it was not in front of their own sections. But even so, they still had to die and bid farewell to their sections. This was the most disappointing thing. No one could save them. Even the Reverend of the 9 Boundaries could only watch silently. Jiang Chen, do you really want to go against me? Do you really think that you can cover the sky with one hand? White-robed Reverend's face was extremely cold. He had never suffered such a great humiliation. Jiang Chen dared to kill in front of him, as if he did not exist. So what if I'm going to start a massacre in front of you? Humph. Jiang Chen did not care about the Reverend in white robe at all. He raised his sword and the Divine King Realm experts were all killed by Jiang Chen. They could not do anything. Jiang Chen was unstoppable and his killing intent was overwhelming. In less than half an hour, everyone was either dead or injured. Except for Shenyuan Mini, there was no one left. The whole Clear Stream sect was in dead silence. The Reverend in white robe's face was pale. Xueqi and I are old friends. I don't want to kill you. You should go. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. Shenyuan Mini let out a sigh. Even though he had the intention to kill Jiang Chen still spared his life. At that moment, he could see the coldness in Jiang Chen's eyes. There was a trace of emotion in Jiang Chen's eyes. If Jiang Chen really wanted to kill Shenyuan Mini, he wouldn't have spared Shenyuan Mini's life for the sake of Xueqi. Shenyuan Mini seemed to have sensed Jiang Chen's helplessness and desolation. Who knew about his suffering and sufferings? At this moment, he finally believed that Jiang Chen was forced to a dead end. If it wasn't for the Linha boundary, if it wasn't for the 100 Sect Alliance that forced Jiang Chen to a dead end, who would be willing to be the enemy of everyone? Who would be willing to wander aimlessly even though they knew about the suffering? Jiang Chen's family and friends, including Shenyuan Mini, were all struggling to survive. He was forced to his limit, which was why he went on a killing spree. Who would be able to live alone? It wasn't easy for Jiang Chen. It wasn't easy for him. Thank you. Shenyuan Mini turned around and left. His eyes were filled with sorrow. He had lost. Linha boundary had lost. He was not only defeated in terms of strength, but also humanity. The entire Linha boundary had forced Jiang Chen to a dead end, but he did not turn into a demon and massacre the entire Linha boundary. In Shenyuan Mini's eyes, Jiang Chen had already taken a step back. Jiang Chen, do you really want to be my enemy? White-clothed Reverend looked at Jiang Chen coldly. He had never suffered such humiliation since he was born. No one dared to disrespect him. The Reverend of the 9 Boundaries. I don't want to be your enemy, but I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. My father can't suffer in vain. From now on, I don't owe Linha boundary anything. If any sect dares to touch Jiang Chen again, I'll kill them all and send them to hell. Jiang Chen looked at the clear stream sect coldly. It had already turned into ruins. To some extent, it was a slap to white-clothed Reverend's face. Linha boundary was his territory, but 3 sects were destroyed by a half-step divine king. Moreover, the most powerful sect, Clear Stream sect, was uprooted. It was really shocking. It wouldn't take long for this news to spread across the 27 boundaries of Lone Dragon County. Good. The mountains will never change. Jiang Chen, I'll remember you. Let's wait and see. White-clothed Reverend could only retreat. He was suppressed by Jiang Chen's great soul derivation technique. He couldn't do anything. Even his identity as the Reverend of the 9 boundaries was not enough to make him give in. Jiang Chen took a glance at the boundless void. In the Linha boundary, there was no one who could be his match anymore. When Jiang Chen entered the ancestral dragon pagoda, Lin Ruyue was hugging his father tightly. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt as if his heart was being stabbed by a knife. He had no words to describe the endless sorrow and bitterness that his father had suffered. How could he face his father now? Chapter 2688. Father, your son is unfilial. Jiang Chen held back his tears and said in a deep voice. It's good that you're still alive. Jiang Zhenhai paused and asked in a low voice. I killed them all. The Clear Stream sect was annihilated. Jiang Chen said. Jiang Zhenhai's expression was calm as he did not care about anyone's life or death. No matter how many people there were, they were not as important as his son. Only Lin Ruyue was shocked. Everyone was killed by him. The Clear Stream sect was annihilated. It was unbelievable. Jiang Chen was only a half-step divine king. It was terrifying. Jiang Chen, your father Lin Ruyue said as tears rolled down her cheeks. She bit her lips and felt sorry for her father. I will take care of everything, Jiang Chen said. He would help his father recover even if he had to use all his strength. Ruyue, I'm sorry, Don't say anything, I will always be by your side. Lin Ruyue wiped away her tears. Even though she was nothing, Jiang Chen was very powerful, and with his promise, Lin Ruyue felt relieved. However, she would always stay by Jiang Zhenhai's side. Don't worry, father, I will cure you. Jiang Chen could not help but think of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was the only way for his father to regrow his arm. However, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was still in Yu Jingxian's hands. Jiang Chen knew that it was time for him to look for Yu Jingxian. Although he did not want to face her again, he had to do it for his father. Thank you, Aunt Lin. I will have to trouble you to take care of my father during this period of time, Jiang Chen said. It's my duty. Lin Ruyue blushed when she was called Aunt Lin by Jiang Chen. However, she was happy as Jiang Chen had acknowledged her. Sigh. Jiang Zhenhai wanted to say something but was interrupted by Lin Ruyue. Don't worry, Brother Zhen. I won't leave you. Even if you're like this forever, I'll always be by your side. Lin Ruyue's persistence made Jiang Chen feel gratified. Lin Ruyue's feelings for her father were very deep. Especially at this moment, Lin Ruyue's persistence made Jiang Chen even more shocked. Jiang Chen, your father was sent to the Clear Stream sect. Someone deliberately did that. Lin Ruyue's words caused Jiang Chen's expression to change. It seemed like this matter was not as simple as it seemed. His father was not captured by the Clear Stream sect, but was purposely sent to the Clear Stream sect. Who is it? Jiang Chen's fury soared to the skies. Gai City. Wang family. The culprit is Wang Jianji, the incompetent advisor of the Wang family and also their butler. Lin Ruyue gritted her teeth and said, Gai City. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold as he gazed into the distance. Let's go to Gai City now. Jiang Chen said and brought his father and Lin Ruyue to Gai City. In the Wang family's mansion, Wang Jianji and Wang Yunkuan's concubine were doing something immoral in the dark forest. Jiang Chen released his aura. There were no heavenly god realm experts in the entire Gai City. There were only 3 mid-true gods in the entire city. Wang family. What a Wang family. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold as he stood on top of the mansion and shouted, Wang Jianji, come out now. Jiang Chen shouted. Not to mention the entire Wang clan. Even the entire Gai City was shocked. The 3 mid-true god experts were all shocked. Wang Yunkuan's expression changed drastically. To think that someone would shout at Wang Jianji in front of his house. Moreover, the voice was so loud that even he could feel the tremor. Wang Jianji's face turned pale and he rolled off the bed from the concubine. Even though he was castrated by Lin Ruyue, he was still a pervert. Who's calling me? Wang Jianji hastily ran out. Jiang Chen instantly locked onto Wang Jianji's aura. Then he turned into an afterimage and appeared next to Wang Jianji. Wang Jianji took 2 steps back in fear. His clothes were messed up and his face was pale. You, who are you? Wang Jianji pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and spoke in a tough manner. He felt that he was no match for this young man in front of him. It's okay if you don't know me. But you should know Jiang Zhenhai, right? Jiang Chen said. Jiang Zhenhai? Jiang Zhenhai? You're Jiang Chen? Wang Jianji sucked in a breath of cold air and staggered 2 steps back, almost falling down. Who's causing trouble here? Come out and meet me. Wang Yunkuan appeared in the courtyard and saw Jiang Chen. His expression became solemn. This young man in front of him was very powerful. You're the Wang family's patriarch? That's good. Saves me the trouble of looking for you. Jiang Chen glanced at Wang Jianji and Wang Yunkuan with killing intent. Who are you? What do you want? Wang Yunkuan said subconsciously. Danger could come at any time. He's Jiang Chen. Wang Jianji kept retreating. Obviously, he was frightened by Jiang Chen. A man's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Jiang Chen's ability was not something a man from a small city could compete with. You're Jiang Chen. Wang Yunkuan was also nervous, as if he was facing a great enemy. Lin Ruyue appeared behind Jiang Chen while holding Jiang Zhenhai. Wang Yunkuan and Wang Jianji held their breaths. You're still alive, Jiang Zhenhai. Jiang Chen, don't be too presumptuous. The Clear Stream sect has promised us that they'll accept 10 disciples into their sect. Gai City will belong to the Wang family in the future. Wang Yunkuan sneered. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Clear Stream sect? Gai City? #1 family? What a joke. The Clear Stream sect has been annihilated by Jiang Chen, uprooted. 100,000 disciples. None of them left. What are you? Humph. Lin Ruyue looked at Wang Yunkuan and Wang Jianji while gritting her teeth. Jiang Zhenhai's situation was caused by the 2 of them. If they didn't sacrifice Jiang Zhenhai to the Clear Stream sect, he wouldn't have suffered such a disaster. Impossible. How could you become enemies with the Clear Stream sect? You're like a stray dog under the 100 Sect Alliance. The Clear Stream sect is the #1 sect in our Linhe boundary. This is impossible. Wang Jianji didn't believe that Jiang Chen had already destroyed the Clear Stream sect. But now that Jiang Chen appeared in front of them, there was nothing they could do. It's fine if you don't believe me. You guys don't have the right to know about this. I didn't want to start a massacre, but you guys had to kill my father. Jiang Chen said coldly. These despicable fellas were not worth mentioning in his eyes, because Jiang Chen didn't want to argue with them. No, this is impossible. Don't try to lie to me. In less than 10 years, under the protection of the Clear Stream sect, our Wang family will definitely rule the Gai City. Chapter 2689. A bunch of ants. You deserve to live your entire lives. The 18 levels of hell aren't the scariest. I want you to be sealed in the great You soul-forming light by me forever. You will be devoured by 10,000 souls. You won't die and will be my slaves forever. Jiang Chen raised his hand and took Wang Jianji's and Wang Yunkuan's souls. He then injected them into the great You soul-forming light. Sigh. Wang Yunkuan treated me well in the past. Jiang Zhenhai sighed. Father, if it wasn't for these 2 fellas, you wouldn't be in such a predicament. They deserved it. Sinners deserve to die. Lin Ruyue admired Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was able to dominate the Linhe boundary by himself. It was unimaginable. Even those great sects that had existed for thousands of years were annihilated by him. All right. Father, did Xiao Yu and Sister Ning ascend to the immortal realm? Jiang Chen asked with a solemn expression. They were the ones that he missed the most. Ever since you, Big Yellow, and the others left the 9-province immortal world and entered the divine realm, those 2 girls disappeared. Even after I ascended to the divine realm, there was still no news of them. Father, how did you ascend to the divine world from the divine tomb? It must have been a dangerous journey, right? Jiang Chen asked. It seemed like it was still unknown whether Wu Ningzhu and Yan Chenyu had entered the divine world. What divine tomb? Zhang Zhenhai was slightly shocked. I entered the divine world directly after the heavenly lightning. I didn't pass by the divine tomb. What? You didn't enter the divine tomb? Jiang Chen was shocked by his father's words. How could that be? Those who entered the divine world would pass by the divine tomb. How could his father not enter the divine tomb? Could it be that the tomb of the god of sin no longer existed? Jiang Chen knew that he wouldn't get any answers from his father even if he continued to ask. However, the disappearance of the divine tomb shocked Jiang Chen. Even so, it might be easier to enter the divine world without the divine tomb. Because of this, it might not be as dangerous as the divine tomb even if they enter the divine world. What kind of place is this tomb of the gods? Jiang Chen muttered to himself helplessly. What was more, the horror of the tomb of the god of sin was not something he could comprehend. I'll send you to the profound Feng sect first. That's the sect I joined when I first entered the Linhe boundary. Wait for me there in the future. Father, wait for me to come back. I'll definitely be able to cure you. Jiang Chen said. He had already cured his father's fracture. However, he would need the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart to regrow his broken arm. Jiang Chen returned to the profound Feng sect with great glory. The sect lord of the profound Feng sect, Shen Qingming, immediately stepped into the void. He could feel a powerful aura pressing down on the profound Feng sect. What brings you here to the profound Feng sect? Shen Qingming said in a deep voice. Sect lord, it's me. Don't you know who I am? Ha ha. Jiang Chen stepped on the void and landed on the peak of the mountain. Shen Qingming was stunned for a moment and his face was filled with joy. It's really you, Jiang Chen. Haha, it's me. Jiang Chen brought his father and Lin Ruyue to the peak of the mountain. Shen Qingming's face was solemn. He had heard about the news a few days ago. Jiang Chen had continuously annihilated many sections. The entire Linhe boundary was in a state of panic. Those who had hunted down Jiang Chen in the past were all in danger. I have something to ask of you this time. I hope you can accept it. Jiang Chen clasped his hands and said. Shen Qingming was shocked. Although Jiang Chen was just a half-step divine king, he still needed his help? Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox, just say it. I've said before that the profound Feng sect will always be your home. Jiang Chen was touched. Sect lord, my father is severely injured. I want him to stay here and recuperate. I hope you can take care of him. It's just a small matter. Ha! Shen Qingming waved his hand but his heart was solemn. There's one more thing. I have annihilated the Clear Stream sect. In the future, no one in the entire Linhe boundary would dare to challenge me, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said. What? Clear Stream sect, you? Shen Qingming's expression changed drastically as he looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. At this moment, this news was no different from a huge bomb that could shake the entire Linhe boundary. Shen Qingming took a deep breath. He still could not believe that Jiang Chen could do such a shocking thing. 100,000 disciples. None of them survived. My father was killed by them. I only wanted to kill the higher-ups of the Clear Stream sect but they forced my father to do so. In a fit of anger, I killed 100,000 disciples. None of them survived. Divine Pill sect, Ghost Eye sect and the other sects also had more than 20 Divine King experts. I think after this battle, they will not look for me again. Jiang Chen said solemnly. Shen Qingming sighed in his heart as he believed Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen was still in the profound Feng sect, Shen Qingming knew that Jiang Chen was not someone to be trifled with. Not only did Jiang Chen not disappoint him, Jiang Chen was even stronger than before. He was now invincible in the entire Linhe boundary. I will set up a great formation around the profound Feng sect that can withstand the attacks of hierarch experts. As soon as Jiang Chen finished his words, Shen Qingming no longer had any doubts. He had never seen a formation that could withstand a hierarch expert. Although he had already reached the late heavenly god realm, he was still incomparable to Jiang Chen. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox. After Jiang Chen finished his words, he left. Shen Qingming knew that Jiang Chen was no longer the son he used to be. He was now a rising star. In the future, the Lone Dragon County and the Northern Coal Divine region would be Jiang Chen's real stage. Old Jiang, what more can I ask for when I have such a son? Ha! I, Jiang Chen, have not achieved much in my life. However, Jiang Chen is my greatest pride. Jiang Zhenhai said proudly. He was overjoyed and proud of Jiang Chen. At the border of the Qilian boundary, in the eastern barren area, there was a mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles. It was like a sleeping peacock. On the peak of the mountain, there were colorful plants and trees. The scenery was so beautiful that nothing could be imagined. Below the peak of the mountain, there was a deserted city called Baiyu City. Baiyu City was not big. It was not big in the eastern barren of the Qilian boundary. However, there were not many people in this city. Aside from the hundreds of thousands of people in Baiyu City, this city was not eye-catching nor famous. Chapter 2690. The spring wind blew, the willow catkins brushed against one's face, 1,000 sails passed by. Yu City was right in front. In Baiyu City, it was like spring all year round. There were pavilions everywhere, the atmosphere was ancient. The Yu residence occupied 1/3 of Baiyu City's territory. It was the biggest residence in Baiyu City. It was also the leader of the city. The huge Baiyu City was now in a state of panic. Many people sighed at the sight of the wind. They did not know when the precarious days of Baiyu City would come to an end. In the meeting hall, more than 10 Yu families' younger generations sat at the end. The 4 elders were also sitting upright, calm and composed. However, the atmosphere in the meeting hall was so tense that everyone held their breath. Beside the 4 elders, there were 2 people. One was dressed in white, with a peacock as a flower, noble and extraordinary. The other one was dressed in green. His body was tattooed with a green flower python, cold as ice. Both of them had an imposing appearance, glowing with vigor, carrying a domineering aura, as if they wanted to be the center of attention. This time, 3rd elder, 5th elder and Jingxian were able to bring back the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. It is our Yu family's great fortune. The old patriarch will definitely be able to get out of this crisis. The leading elder said faintly, but his tone was strangely calm, as if the patriarch's recovery did not affect him too much. The Saint Dr. Wang Lingji said that as long as we have the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, the patriarch will definitely wake up. Another elder said with a solemn expression, "The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is extremely precious. Let me keep it for the time being. Brothers elders, what do you think?" The elder was the most respected. Now that his father had fallen, as the eldest brother, it was only right for him to take over the reins of the winged race. It was only right for him to become the most powerful person in the winged race. "Big brother, you're always so busy. How could we dare to trouble you? I've always been the one to handle all the material needs of the family. Why did Big Brother overstep his authority this time? The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart should be kept by me. Elders, what I've said is still reasonable, right? The rules that have always been in place cannot be broken. Furthermore, these rules were set by my father." The green-clothed young man said in a deep voice. He did not give in at all and stood against the white-clothed young man. Everyone present could see that these 2 fellows were full of hostility. It was not the first or second time that the atmosphere in the conference hall was in a state of mutual hostility. "I'm the eldest, so I should be the one to look after it. Is there anyone in the feather race who's more powerful than me?" The white-robed young man, Yu Wang Qing Lang Lang, said. His eyes became more and more gloomy, not giving any face to anyone. "Father is still bedridden. Do you think you can do whatever you want in the Yu family? Do you still have a father in your eyes?" Yu Wangyin's eyes were sharp as they stared at each other, not giving Yu Wangqing any chance. "Good. Second brother. You're becoming more and more promising. You even dare to disobey your big brother." Yu Wangqing continued. "What I said is the truth. The elders have all seen it with their own eyes. According to what Big Brother said, could it be that I did something wrong? Father is still bedridden. I don't have the mood to argue with you. A big brother should act like a big brother, isn't it?" Yu Wangyan curled his lips and said. Yu Wangqing's expression was extremely gloomy. He was being countered by the second brother. The battle between the 2 of them had lasted for 100 years. The feather race was in a precarious situation for 100 years. "That's enough, brothers. Father is still bedridden. We don't want to see you 2 brothers lose the friendship that has lasted for thousands of years because of these trivial matters. Since the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was brought back by Xiao Xian, then let her keep it," Yu Jingfan said with a solemn expression. As the 3rd brother, He had always stood aloof from worldly affairs. He did not want to compete with his two brothers for the position of the patriarch. Now that they had obtained the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart after so much effort, he never expected that it would be another battle that they were tired of. It made him feel disappointed. In that case, third brother is right. I have no objections. The second brother, Yu Wangyan, said faintly. Humph. I'll leave the good guys to you. Yu Wangqing flicked his sleeves and left the meeting hall. Then it's settled. Xiao Xian, you're the one who brought the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart back. You'll keep it for the time being. When the Saint Dr. Wang Lingji comes, take it out and treat the patriarch. The great elder said in a low voice. No one had any objections. Yes, I understand, great elder. Yu Jingxian nodded with a hint of worry on her face. It had been more than a few years now, but the Saint Dr. Wang Lingji had yet to return. She was extremely worried. Her father's condition was getting worse day by day. No one knew how the Saint Dr. Wang Lingji would be able to cure her father's condition. However, they would never give up on this last ray of hope. Currently, the Yu family was in a mess. The eldest brother and second brother were fighting for the patriarch's position. The Yu family was facing internal and external troubles. It was no longer as harmonious as before. Yu Jingxian could only hope that Wang Lingji would come back soon to cure her father's illness and return peace and prosperity to the Yu family. The scene where the brothers treated each other with respect and love could no longer be seen now. The brothers had split up and formed their own factions. Only Yu Huafan, Yu Jingfan, Yu Jingxian and Yu Huafan were left in the garden. Looks like the eldest brother and second brother have already prepared for this. If anything happens to father, I'm afraid that the internal and external troubles of the Yu family will erupt. Yu Huafan sighed and his face was full of bitterness. 100 years have passed. Although the Yu family is still here, it is no longer as prosperous as before. The Feng family is covetously watching us and the Dongba family might attack us at any time to snatch our dragon vein. Now that such a big thing has happened to the Yu family, it's even more worrying. If this continues, our Yu family will fall into eternal damnation. Yu Jingfan shook his head and said. He was the third son in the family. He could not compete with the eldest and second son. Most importantly, the situation of the family was worrisome. Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangyan did not want their father to wake up. If that was the case, the Yu family would have to elect a new patriarch. At that time, it would be one of them. What we can do now is to hope that the Saint Dr. Wang Lingji will come back soon. In that case, father will be saved. Chapter 2691. Yu Jingxian gazed far into the distance but she could not see any hope. Her brothers were fighting for the throne and ignored her father. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was something that everyone coveted. Everyone wanted it for themselves. Although they were not completely destitute, the Yu family had already fallen apart. As the only woman in the family, she did not have any right to speak. Her brothers were divine king experts and she had just broken through to the heavenly god realm. I heard that the Saint Dr. Wang Lingji has been searching for a breakthrough for more than 10 years. Who knows when he'll come back? Hey, you don't have to blame yourself too much. I know that you've been brooding over what happened to Jiang Chen. It's true that we did something wrong, but there's a reason for it, and we were forced to do it. I will always remember brother Jiang Chen's kindness. Yu Jingfan said with a deep voice. His eyes were filled with sorrow. They were not willing to talk about this matter. Especially Yu Jingxian. I understand, third brother. Yu Jingxian bit her lips and turned to leave. Yu Jingfan's eyes were filled with heartache when he saw her lonely silhouette. Since when did this sentimental sister of his become so sad? If it wasn't for the trip to the Tianqi mountain range, how could this lively and cheerful girl become so heartbreaking? Sigh, what is love in the world? It's only a promise of life and death. But now, the person who promised to live and die has already changed. Yu Jingfan shook his head and thought. Eastern Mountain City. Dongpa Clan. The city was filled with mountains and countless statues. All of them were in the shape of wolves and tigers, looking majestic. In the middle of the city, there was 100-zhang-tall statue. It was a man with a long beard and a long blade in his hand. This was the old ancestor of the Dongpa clan, Dongpa Lingjia. Rumor had it that Dongpa Lingjia had slaughtered countless mad demons in the Guiyan mountain and was made into a statue. Brother Wang, we'll have to rely on you this time. An old man in luxurious clothes said with a smile. His eyes were filled with a sense of conspiracy. Haha, Brother Dongpa, there's no need for such words between us. Leave this to me. The white-bearded old man waved his hand and said, smiling from ear to ear, Brother Lingji, our Dongbua family is very sincere this time. You must be careful. The other black-clothed middle-aged man said with a smile. Don't worry. I can't cure him, but I can't kill him. Right now, the Yu family is already in a precarious situation, on the verge of collapse. As long as I give it a gentle push, the entire Yu family will be ours. Wang Lingji's expression was cold and meticulous, as if she knew everything clearly. The dragon vein is so big. Why does the Yu family have 40% while our Dongpa family and the Feng family only have 30%? Now that the Yu family is no longer as glorious as before, what right do they have to occupy the latrine? Dongbua Tianlan glanced at the patriarch who smiled without saying a word. The Dongpa clan has been holding back for so many years. Brother Tianqi, you've wronged us. Now that we've succeeded, the entire Liaobei region will be ours in the future. Wang Lingji nodded silently, looking calm and composed. Dongbua Tianqi's expression became solemn as he clasped hands with Wang Lingji. All right, Brother Wang, I'll wait for the news of your return. As soon as Yu Huagan falls, I'll be the first to rush to Baiyu City. At that time, Liaobei will be ours. Haha. Wang Lingji turned around and left. Dongbua Tianqi's eyes became colder and colder. He had been oppressed by the Yu family for tens of thousands of years. Finally, it's time for him to get his revenge. This time, as long as Wang Lingji could confirm that Yu Huagan was dead, the Yu family would no longer be in control of the situation. It would be the best time for them to take advantage of the situation. Wang Lingji is known as a divine doctor, but it seems like he's just a greedy person. Dongbua Tianlan sneered as if he did not care about Wang Lingji. Greed is a human's biggest weakness. No one would be able to stay true to themselves in front of absolute benefits, let alone Wang Lingji. Although it's only 20% of the dragon vein, it's still a huge fortune. Wang Lingji was a smart person. He knew how to weigh the pros and cons. The Yu family's internal conflict is endless. It's only a matter of time before they fall. We're just following the will of the heavens. Everything is waiting for Wang Lingji. Dongbua Tianqi stood with his hands behind his back. His smile was calm and his face was filled with joy. He had been waiting for this moment for thousands of years. The sky was filled with yellow sand. The desert was 1,000 li wide. The droughtland flying dragons soared into the sky. Jiang Chen walked through the vast desert and found out from the red-clothed 13 house where the Yu family was located. It was located at the border of the Qilian region, Liaobei. Such a ferocious monster? I'm afraid it's a mid-divine king. Jiang Chen looked afar. A mid-divine king realm demonic beast was wreaking havoc in a small city. It was like hell on earth. Countless people had lost their lives here. It was a tragic scene. Fire soared into the sky, deafening everyone. Jiang Chen soared into the sky and casted the Great Void technique. In a few flashes, he arrived above the city. Countless people had lost their lives in the sea of fire. The most powerful city lord was only a half-step divine king. However, Jiang Chen was too late. Half of the people in the city had already been killed by the monster. The wolf-shaped monster was 100 zhang long. It was wreaking havoc in the city. A glamorous woman wearing a fiery red armor with a white cloth covering her head stood up with her sword and fought the demonic beasts. She was defeated again and again, and even though she was severely injured, she did not show any fear. Her eyes were filled with determination, and she swore to protect the city even if she had to die. Even if I die, I will not allow you to harm the innocent people. The armored lady shouted with a gloomy expression. Her eyes were filled with determination. She knew that she was not a match for the monster, but she still fought bravely. Indeed, a woman is not inferior to a man. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. He couldn't help but feel a little impressed. This had nothing to do with one's strength. It was a true sense of righteousness. Facing death with equanimity didn't mean that one was stupid. It could be a symbol of life and death. Fire Qilin, this monster is yours. Jiang Chen said. All right, it's just a little wolf, watch me eat it. Chapter 2692. I didn't know that the great deity was here. This little demon was terrified. The wolf-shaped demon beast's voice was low, but it was extremely shocking. Hundreds of thousands of people were all dumbfounded. The moment Fire Qilin stepped into the void, the wolf-shaped demon beast had already bowed down and did not make any movements at all, for fear of disturbing Fire Qilin. Another demonic beast? Do we really have no chance of survival? This demon beast doesn't look like it will make things difficult for us. Yes, you see, that 1,000-foot demon beast, in front of the fiery red demon beast, bowed down its arrogant head. It's incredible. Can demon beasts also be good? Countless people were looking forward to the battle, but their hearts were extremely nervous. Once the demon beasts were enraged, millions of corpses would fall. Ordinary people like them could not withstand the destruction of the demon beasts. It was completely destructive. Even the city lord had died in the line of duty, but the city lord's wife was still struggling to hold on. The people of White Ink City were moved to tears, but death was still so close in front of them. You've slaughtered innocent people. Is this the purpose of your cultivation? Fire Qilin looked at the wolf-shaped demon beast and said angrily. The latter knelt down on the ground again and again. Great deity, please spare my life. I was confused. Please spare my life. Spare you? Who will spare the hundreds of thousands of people who died? Today, I will do justice on behalf of the heavens and kill you here. Fire Qilin roared, and the wolf-shaped demon beast trembled in fear. Great deity, you forced me to do this. Even if I die, I will never be killed by others. The wolf-shaped demon beast gritted its teeth, rushed to the sky, and fought with Fire Qilin. You don't know what death is. Fire Qilin snorted and spat out a mouthful of anger, which instantly burned the body of the wolf-shaped demon beast. The wolf-shaped demon beast's face changed greatly, and its body trembled. Its 1,000-foot body was caught by Fire Qilin's claws and thrown out of the city, smashing into the ridge of 1,000 feet high. Die for me! The Fire Qilin dug its claws into the heart of the wolf-shaped demonic beast, killing it instantly. Jiang Chen stepped on the Fire Qilin and entered the city. Hundreds of thousands of people knelt on the ground, crying out for their savior. They were very excited. They thought that they were going to die, but who would have thought that an expert would come and save them? The beautiful woman in armor stepped forward and knelt on one knee. The sword in her hand was trembling, but her eyes were filled with sincerity. Thank you for saving hundreds of thousands of people in White Ink City. I am Bai Yuma, the widow of the city lord of White Ink City. On behalf of all the people, I am forever grateful for your kindness. Please get up quickly. It's just a small matter. Madam, you don't have to be so polite. Jiang Chen said. Looking at the beautiful wife of the city lord, he found her somewhat familiar. Bai Yuma saw the Fire Qilin beside Jiang Chen. She recognized the divine Qilin Saint Beast. It was impossible to tame such a divine beast without absolute strength and opportunity, because they were more arrogant than humans. However, the Fire Qilin was able to stay quietly beside Jiang Chen. This person must be extraordinary. At this moment, Jiang Chen had already changed his appearance. Because they were close to Bai Yu City in the Chilean border, he did not want Yu Jingxian to see him. Benefactor, I will never forget your kindness. Our White Ink City will build a statue and worship you. Bai Yuma said solemnly. It's a pity that countless innocent people have met with a great disaster. It will be difficult to rebuild their home. Madam, I am sorry. Jiang Chen said. My husband guarded the city and fought a battle to the death. For the countless people of White Ink City, he died a worthy death. The widow of White Ink City does not dare to have any complaints. Bai Yuma's words were firm and powerful. She wasn't just saying those words. Her resolute attitude had already explained everything. Otherwise, Jiang Chen wouldn't be so respectful towards her. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox. Madam, I admire your righteousness. My condolences. But I have something important to do. I am going to Liao Bei, so I will not stay here for long. Bai Yuma's eyes lit up. Are you going to the 3 cities in Liao Bei? How do you know? Jiang Chen was stunned. In the Chilean border, the land is barren and boundless. Liao Bei only has 30% of the land. The Feng family, the Yu family, and the Dongpa family form 3 big cities. You are heading north. You must be going to one of the 3 cities in Liao Bei. Therefore, I guess that benefactor is heading there this time. My family is the Yu family in Liao Bei. Unfortunately, I have not returned home for hundreds of years. Even though I know my father is seriously ill, I am unable to leave. White Ink City is near the 100,000 mountain range in the west. Demonic beasts are rampant there. I dare not slack off at all. There is no time for me to return home. Bai Yuma sighed. She missed her family dearly, but she did not have the chance to go back. The Yu family in Bai City? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. No wonder she looked familiar to Jiang Chen. She looked very similar to Yu Jingxian. Edited by Lifer. Fingerfox. The demonic beasts are rampant. If there is no one guarding the city, the hundreds of thousands of people in White Ink City will not be safe. Bai Yuma's righteousness was awe-inspiring. She was not inferior to men. She was a true heroine. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Well, I will help you to set up a formation. I guarantee that no one below the late Divine King realm will be able to break through it. As long as the formation is activated, the demonic beasts will not be able to run rampant." Bai Yuma's eyes were filled with shock. "My savior, you know how to set up a formation?" "I know a little about it, but I will need a large amount of high-grade divine origin stones." Jiang Chen nodded. "Well said, even if we use up all of the City Lord Manor's power, we will absolutely gather the divine origin stones for our benefactor." Bai Yuma was extremely excited. If Jiang Chen could set up a formation to protect White Ink City, it would at least ensure the safety of White Ink City. Jiang Chen took a day to set up a defensive formation for White Ink City. Although it was not as good as the profound Feng Sect's defensive formation, it was still extremely terrifying. At least, the wolf-like demonic beasts would not be able to wreak havoc in White Ink City. After Jiang Chen set up the formation, the whole White Ink City was grateful to Jiang Chen. Bai Yuma even knelt down in front of Jiang Chen. Behind her, a high-spirited young man in white also knelt down. "Madam, you don't have to be so courteous." Jiang Chen shook his head and said. He respected Bai Yuma, that was why he helped her. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would not be a busybody. "This is my son, Bai Zhe. Our savior has done such a great deed for White Ink City. Everyone in White Ink City will never forget his kindness. Bai Zhe, from now on, you will be the lord of White Ink City. Thank your savior. The safety of White Ink City will be in your hands." Bai Yuma said. Chapter 2693. Jiang Chen nodded. To him, it was just a small effort. However, to the entire Biemo city, as well as to the widow of the city lord who had brought her child to fight against the demonic beasts, it required a great deal of effort. "Sir, I've handed over all the matters in the city to Bai Zhe. Bai Yuma is willing to follow you and escort you to Liaobei." Bai Yuma said firmly. "I'm afraid that you have some selfish motives. You want to go home for a chat. It's normal that you haven't been home for hundreds of years." Jiang Chen said with a smile. "To be honest, sir, I have the same intention. I hope that you can help me. Biemo City is no longer a big problem, so I can leave it to my son. I also want to go back to Liaobei, so that I can save you some trouble." "All right then." Jiang Chen nodded and said. Since she was a member of the Yu family, it was reasonable for him to enter the Yu family. It would save him a lot of trouble to have someone to lead the way. The Dragon Gate Ridge was a complex mountain with thousands of miles of winding terrain. It was where the Dragon Vein of the Liaobei region was located. The so-called Dragon Vein was the Divine Origin Stone Mine, and it was a very large mine. The entire Dragon Gate Ridge belonged to the three families. The Divine Origin Stone Mine stretched for hundreds of miles and was divided into three parts. The entrance of the three mine veins was the entrance of the three families. They had their own camps and almost never interfered with each other. Every mine vein was mined after it was divided. The Feng family had 30%, the Dompa family had 30%, and only the Yu family had 40%. This was because this mine vein was discovered by the Yu family many years ago. The demonic beasts that guarded this mine vein were killed by the Yu family, and several seniors of the Yu family were killed. Although it was a border city, the whole Liaobei region was barren, but the people were not poor, because the production of the Divine Origin Stone in the three cities was very high. At this moment, the middle area of the Dragon Gate Ridge was the entrance of the Yu family's mine vein. Thousands of people were mining and digging in this mine vein, day and night. "Dead, they're all dead, they're all dead. Devil, it must be the devil. I saw it, it's all blood. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. I don't want it. I don't want anything." Dozens of people fled in all directions from the mine. Their faces were filled with terror and shock. Every one of them seemed to have experienced life and death. Their eyes were like dead fish. They only cared about escaping, rolling and crawling. They were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. Their bodies were covered with blood, incomparably resplendent and enchanting. What's going on? Why did all of you come out? What about the hundreds of people? Yu Huafan grabbed a man who ran out and said in a deep voice. I don't know, I don't want to die. The man who had crawled out of the mine was in a panic. He struggled to break free from Yu Huafan's grasp and fled away desperately. Yu Huafan's face darkened. What had happened in the mine? They're all dead. They're all dead. It's a devil. That mine is filled with devils. A leading man said while crying. He looked at Yu Huafan as if he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. What devil? What happened in the mine? Yu Huafan was confused. Everyone was fleeing in all directions. There were more than 1,000 people in the mine, and they worked day and night. Therefore, only half of them were in the mine. More than half of them were dead or injured. It was quite a terrible thing. Most importantly, it was incomprehensible. Hundreds of people are gone just like that? Yu Huafan murmured. His eyebrows were full of worry. No, this is not a trivial matter. I have to report it to the family immediately. Yu Huafan investigated and returned to the family quickly. At the same time, not only the Yu family, but the Feng family and the Dongbo family were also experiencing the same thing. There were only a few people who managed to escape from the mine. All of them looked terrified and stuttered. No one knew what had happened in the mine. The strange thing made the three great families shiver in fear. However, they did not dare to tell anyone about it. In the meeting hall of the Yu family, everyone gathered. Hundreds of people had died. Now, no one dared to go down to the mine to find out what had happened. This happened so suddenly. Could it be that something that shouldn't have appeared in the mine? Is it really the work of the devil? Yu Wangqing said with a serious face. Devil? Humph. There is no devil. I am afraid that someone is guilty. Yu Wangyan said with disdain and a cold smile. Now is not the time for you to quarrel. Big brother, second brother, this is not a trivial matter. Don't treat it as a trivial matter. Yu Huafan had experienced the scene in the mine. Everyone's eyes were filled with sorrow and fear. It seemed that they could not believe it. Their souls seemed to be scared out of their wits. Haha, fifth brother, you shouldn't say that. Don't the elders know it? Humph. Yu Wangyan snorted. Yu Huafan's face turned pale, but he dared not to say anything. After all, the status of his big brother and second brother in the family was obvious to all. He could only snort and bear it. Leave this matter to Jing Fan. Make sure to investigate it thoroughly. Don't miss anything. For this matter, compensate the families of those who died in the mine accident. Be sure to keep their mouths shut. Otherwise, kill them without mercy. The great elder held the scepter in his hand. He looked dignified and dignified. Yes, great elder. Yu Jingfan cupped his hands and said with a serious and meticulous look. Humph. Good things never happen to us. Now it's third brother's turn to be in trouble. I am so angry. Yu Huafan murmured in a low voice. Shut up, fifth brother. Be careful of your words. Yu Jingxian said in a low voice. She curled her lips and stared at Yu Huafan. Third brother, sorry to trouble you. You must investigate this matter thoroughly as soon as possible. Yu Wangqing said with a smile. That's right. Don't let down the great elder's kind intentions. Yu Wangyan also agreed. This wasn't a good job. Naturally, the two of them hid at the back. It was a thankless task. They were not willing to do such a thing. Great elder, this is a joyous occasion. The steward of the Yu family said excitedly. What's the matter? Tell me slowly. The great elder said faintly with a calm look. The Saint Dr. Wang Lingji has returned from his journey. He is now outside of Baiyu City. Yu Wangqing, Yu Wangyan, and the other elders' eyes lit up. Especially Yu Jingxian, a hint of excitement could be seen at the corner of her mouth. He's back. He's finally back. Yu Jingxian was extremely excited. She was the first one to rush out of the meeting hall. Quick, let's welcome Miracle Dr. Wang at the city gate. Chapter 2694. At the gate of Bayou City, 300 armored soldiers had already prepared a welcoming ceremony. They were decorated with lanterns and colored banners. They spread out hundreds of meters to welcome the Saint Doctor, Wang Lingji. Ha ha ha, Senior Saint Doctor. It's been more than 10 years since we last met. You look even better than before. Yu Wangqing said with a smile. In front of the Saint Doctor, he could only consider himself as a junior. Wang Lingji stroked his beard and said with a smile, I'm ashamed. It's been more than 10 years since I left. I think the Yu family has already prepared everything? Of course, everything is ready. Senior Saint Doctor, we have already prepared the food and wine. We are just waiting for the auspicious time to welcome Senior Saint Doctor. Yu Wangyan was also very attentive. He was very busy in front of Wang Lingji. Senior Sage Doctor, please take a look at my father first. My father's condition has been worsening recently. It's extremely difficult, Yu Jingxian said in a low voice. She cupped her fists respectfully. Xiao Xian stepped back. This is not the place for you to speak. Senior Saint Doctor, you must be tired and have not had a good rest. Father's condition cannot be improved in a day or two. Don't talk nonsense here. Yu Wangqing scolded coldly. His face was filled with displeasure. At this moment, Yu Wangyan stood with him and rolled his eyes at Yu Jingxian. Xiao Xian, don't be ignorant of the big picture. Step back first. Senior Saint Doctor will treat father after he has had a good rest. In the eyes of Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangyan, of course, they hoped that their father would pass away as soon as possible. At that time, the entire Yu family would naturally fall into their hands. At that time, it would depend on whose iron fist was stronger. Whoever could become the master of the Yu family would depend on his own ability. Therefore, they naturally hoped that their father would not wake up. Family was so fragile in front of power and desire. But, although Yu Jingxian was angry, she could not stand the continuous bombardment from her two brothers. Her third brother, Yu Jingfan, had gone to the Dragon Gate Ridge to investigate the mine. There was no one in the Yu family who could compete with her two brothers. Yu Jingxian's pretty face turned gloomy. But she could not change the fact. No buts, this matter is decided. Yu Wangqing snorted coldly and followed Wang Lingji into Bayou City. Wang Lingji, on the other hand, entered Bayou City unhurriedly. Oh, could it be that they know that I'm back? Did the Yu family specially come out to welcome me? Bayou Ma said with a smile. She had a rare bright smile on her face. She was a little timid and did not dare to ask who it was. However, as soon as Bayou Ma finished her sentence, the city gate closed quietly. Bayou Ma smiled awkwardly, and Jiang Chen also smiled. It seemed that she had guessed the beginning correctly, but not the ending. It was true that they were going to welcome him, but it was not to welcome his elder sister who had not returned for 100 years. Looks like you're thinking too much. Hee. Jiang Chen said. Bayou Ma didn't feel too embarrassed. After all, she was just joking. No one knew that she was going home. Bayou Ma squatted down and took a deep breath. She picked up a handful of soil and sighed with emotion. It's better to miss one's hometown than to miss one's hometown. Perhaps this was the so-called homesickness. By the way, did you come to Bayou City? I'm sorry I can't tell you. Jiang Chen said seriously. Bayou Ma didn't dare to say anything. After all, she knew Jiang Chen's strength. Such an expert could cause a storm in Bayou City with only the divine beast Fire Kailan. Jiang Chen was not an easy person to deal with. However, Bayou Ma knew that Jiang Chen was a kind person. Otherwise, he would not need to spend so much effort to set up a city defense formation by Mo City. I'm sorry, sir. I'm being rude. Bayou Ma said quickly. She was always in awe of Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded, and the two of them walked towards Bayou City. The city was quite prosperous. Everyone was living and working in peace and contentment. Their faces were full of happy smiles. When Bayou Ma stood in front of the mansion of Yu, she was stopped by a few young guards. How should you be punished for breaking into the mansion of Yu? Leave now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. The leader of the guards shouted and scolded Jiang Chen and Bayou Ma. Who dares to do that? Bayou Ma frowned and snorted. She ordered the guards to leave. Everyone's face changed. Jiang Chen didn't say a word. This was her family's business. He was not interested in getting involved. Moreover, It was easy for Bai Yuma to deal with these guards. This person wants to break into the mansion of you. Hurry up and call for help. The guards were facing a formidable enemy. Because of Bai Yuma's shout, they were all sore and weak. They had completely lost the ability to fight. I haven't come back for hundreds of years. They don't even let me enter the house. Bai Yuma sighed in her heart. Things have changed. The guards from hundreds of years ago must be dead or dying now. How could they still stand here and guard the mansion of you? At this moment, the steward of the mansion of you rushed out of the door with dozens of disciples. When he saw Bai Yuma, he was dumbfounded. Miss, is it really you? The steward almost stumbled and fell. If it's not me, who else could it be? I haven't been home for hundreds of years. You must have forgotten about me. You must be Xiao Lu. When I got married, you were only at my knees. Hee. Bai Yuma's smile became more pure and bright. She sighed when she saw her old friend. No, Xiao Lu has always remembered it. Miss used to despise us servants when we were young. Xiao Lu has always remembered it. The old steward turned into a child after seeing Bai Yuma. He looked at Bai Yuma with tears in his eyes. Even his lips were trembling. Everyone was like waking up from a dream. They quickly knelt down and did not dare to say a word. All right, Xiao Lu. Bring me to meet my sisters-in-law, Bai Yuma said in a low voice. At this time, her father had fallen ill and only her two younger brothers were left to manage the family business. She had wanted to go home for a long time. However, she was held back by the situation in Bai Mo City and could not go anywhere. Sir, please don't neglect me. Please, sir. Bai Yuma said to Jiang Chen. I'm just a layman. You don't have to be so courteous. Jiang Chen shook his head and chuckled. In that case, I won't make it difficult for you. Xiao Lu, choose a good guest room for you. I'll visit you later. Bai Yuma went straight to her father's room after she finished talking to Jiang Chen. In the hall, people were toasting each other. Bai Yuma did not like to be crowded, so she did not care about what was going on. There was only her father in her heart. Her only concern was her father's safety. Chapter 2695. Xiao Xian. Bai Yuma called her in a low voice. Yu Jingxian's body trembled and her facial expression changed abruptly. She could not believe that the person standing in front of her was her elder sister, Yuma. She changed her name to Bai Yuma after she married into the Bai family in Bai Mo City. Elder sister. Is it really you? Yu Jingxian said in a trembling voice. All of a sudden, all the grievances and sadness in her heart poured out and tears flowed down her cheeks. I haven't seen you for 100 years. Xiao Xian is no longer the little girl I used to be. Bai Yuma opened her arms and Yu Jingxian jumped into her elder sister's embrace. Bai Yuma could see that Yu Jingxian was extremely thin at this moment. Her eyes were filled with worry, anxiety, grievance, and pain. The two sisters hugged each other and cried. Bai Yuma could not control her emotions. How is father now? Bai Yuma was extremely worried. She looked at her father who was lying on the sickbed. He was unconscious but there was still a trace of breath left. Father has been like this for more than 100 years. I went to the Tianqi mountain range with third and fifth brother and obtained the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Saint Dr. Wang Lingji said that as long as we have the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, we can save father. Because my father needs to change his heart, to live on the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, to prolong my father's life. Right now, my father is completely exhausted. Yu Jingxian said with a gloomy expression. Is the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart really useful? Bai Yuma asked. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is produced by the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine. It only grows once every 10,000 years. Its vitality is extremely strong. I think it will work. Yu Jingxian said. Is the procession outside the city to welcome Wang Lingji? Bai Yuma continued to ask. Yes. Then why hasn't he come to see father yet? Bai Yuma frowned. Big brother and second brother insisted on holding a feast for Wang Lingji. He said that he will only be able to see father tomorrow after he takes a bath. Disregarding their own father, these red tape have truly caused quite a lot of harm. These two fellows are truly becoming more and more useless. This is truly infuriating. Bai Yuma gritted her teeth, but there was nothing she could do. After all, She was already married and could not be considered as a member of the Yu family. Now that her father was in a critical condition, the two of them were needed to maintain the order of the family. Although it was inappropriate, she could not say anything. Right now, big brother and second brother are completely different from before. Ever since father fell ill, the only thing left in their eyes is fighting for power. They even hope that father will never recover from his illness. Only then can they control the family and become the head of the family. Yu Jingxian's eyes were blurred with tears. She would only appear so weak in front of her sister. She could only say these words to her sister. If others heard it, they would say that she was a heretic and disrespectful person. Are you telling the truth? Bai Yu Ma was getting angrier. It seemed like the Yu family was no longer as glorious as before. The harmony was just a facade. How would I dare to lie in front of you? Moreover, they are my brothers, why would I slander them? Bai Yu Ma could see the helplessness in Yu Jingxian's eyes. She would not have said this if it was not for the reason behind it. Since young, third brother has always been the steadiest. Where is he? Third brother was sent to the Dragon Gate Ridge not long ago. Something happened in the mine. Third brother was sent to investigate this matter. It should be the elders' idea. They were afraid that he would have a dispute with big brother and second brother. Moreover, the elders are already big brother and second brother subordinates. Third brother does not have any subordinates and he does not care about it. Therefore, he was pushed aside unknowingly. Although Yu Jingxian did not say it, she knew everything clearly. How dare they? Since I am back, I will not let the Yu family be in such a mess. Moreover, father is not dead yet. Bai Yu Ma suddenly stood up. Her expression was cold and heroic. Ever since she married into the Bai family, she had been a soldier for half of her life. She would not be affected by worldly affairs. Bai Yu Ma's unyielding character was honed on the battlefield. Blood and battles made her eyes filled with the majesty and dominance of a soldier. You stay here and look after father. I will go and see what these two unfilial sons have done to father. Bai Yu Ma turned around and left with cold eyes. The moonlight was like a shadow. The moonlight was like a phantom. Jiang Chen stood in front of the courtyard. He could feel Yu Jingxian's sadness, anxiety and sadness. Jiang Chen could feel it. However, his heart was still sour. Even though she had betrayed him and left with the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart, he could not forget it. He could not pretend that nothing had happened. It was a bit far-fetched to say that it was love. However, it was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. He could not say it out, but he could not bear to make her even sadder. Every frown, every smile, every word and action of hers were in Jiang Chen's mind. He could not get rid of them. Perhaps this was an indescribable torturous fate. Love and hate. The reason why Jiang Chen changed his appearance was because he did not want Yu Jingxian to see him again. If that was the case, it would only make things difficult for her and she would feel even more helpless and lonely. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He wanted to use his divine soul to check. However, when his divine soul swept past Yu Jingxian's father, Yu Huagan, he was suddenly repelled by an extremely powerful soul power. Jiang Chen took 3 steps back, but his feet were as steady as a mountain. His expression was solemn. Such a terrifying soul power. This person must have been poisoned by the soul-leaving curse. I'm afraid that his soul power is almost depleted. Jiang Chen thought. At this moment, Yu Jingxian walked out from the room. She was alarmed by the sound of Jiang Chen's retreat. Who are you? Yu Jingxian looked at Jiang Chen and asked. Her beautiful eyes flickered, but there was a different feeling. I came here with Miss Bai Yu Ma. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Jingxian. At this moment, Jiang Chen did not hate Yu Jingxian. He did not blame her for leaving him, because he finally knew why she risked her life to take away the Scarlet Cloud ancient vine heart. It was to save his father. Jiang Chen wanted to hate her, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Her pain and struggle were all because of the entanglement in her heart. It wasn't that Jiang Chen didn't understand, it was just that he didn't want to talk about it. It was better to be someone who brushed shoulders with him. It made him feel more at ease. Yu Jingxian did not choose to give in the face of love. She loved the man whom she pushed into the abyss, but she could not help but save her father. There was no conflict between them, but she had been living in conflict and guilt. Your eyes look like a friend of mine. Chapter 2696. Since you're my friend, please do as you please. I'm sorry. All right. Jiang Chen didn't say much as he looked at her tear-stained face. There was a trace of a young girl's tenderness amidst her beauty. Jiang Chen's heart clenched for no reason. The two of them turned around. When Jiang Chen left, Yu Jingxian slowly turned her head back with a hint of sadness in her eyes. The moonlight was cold, the shadows were like water, the pines were like waves. Where is there no moon, where is there no bamboo? Young Master Guy's worries are like mine. That's it, Jiang Chen. The day my father is cured will be the day I follow you. I will not change. I will not change in this life. Jiang Chen was curious about the soul-leaving curse. It seemed like there was a terrifying soul in his body. Once the soul exploded, there would be a huge change. By then, Yu Jingxian's father would no longer exist. However, the soul would rely on the soul-leaving curse to occupy his body. That would be the most terrifying thing. Even Jiang Chen's divine soul that was beyond the hierarch realm was bounced back. One could imagine how terrifying the soul-leaving parasite was. Especially the soul that lived in the parasite. Looks like the Yu clan is not as peaceful as I thought. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly as he looked at the sky in the west. An extremely terrifying aura soared up to the sky. Jiang Chen's heart trembled once again. The aura that soared up to the sky even made him tremble. One could imagine how terrifying that aura was. It was like a demon and a monster at the same time. It was very strange. This Liaobei is really a place that no one dares to look down on. Evil spirits are born in barren hills and unruly rivers. It's like the saying goes. Jiang Chen turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky, heading straight for the west. Above the Dragon Gate Ridge mine, hundreds of people surrounded the mine. Their faces were pale and they did not dare to speak. Even Yu Jingfan was the same. When he brought 10 Heavenly God realm experts from the 10 clans into the mine, he felt an unprecedented pressure on his soul. Yu Jingfan was shocked. The other 10 experts were all bleeding from their 7 orifices. 3 of them died instantly. These tragic scenes were like those of ancient wars. Wreckage and blood were everywhere, and human lives were like weeds. Demonic beasts flew in the sky, and groups of devils danced chaotically. One flying demonic beast blotted out the sun, and it was unknown how many people and demonic beasts it had devoured. Let's go. This was the first thing Yu Jingfan said when he escaped from the mine. Everyone ran in all directions. Third young master, save me! A heavenly god screamed. But behind him, a demonic beast in the form of a tiger had already bitten his shoulder. That demonic beast was as skinny as a bag of bones. It was completely black and had no fur. But its eyes were red, causing people to feel uneasy. The tiger-like demonic beast had a long mouth and sharp teeth. Its skin was wrapped around its bones, and it was 3 meters long. In an instant, it had already devoured the early Heavenly God realm clansmen. Yu Jingfan took a cold breath and his expression changed. Evil creature, I'd like to see exactly what you are. Yu Jingfan was shocked, but he did not panic. If he panicked at this moment, then everyone in the Dragon Gate Ridge would be running for their lives. Yu Jingfan did not know what this tiger-shaped demonic beast was, but the other 6 were scared out of their wits after witnessing its brutality. Yu Jingfan took the lead and rushed to the front. He struck out with his palm, but the tiger-shaped demonic beast was not afraid at all. It roared and charged forward, clashing with Yu Jingfan. Yu Jingfan's expression was solemn. He did not dare to be careless. The tiger-like demonic beast was fighting with its life on the line, and it did not care about the consequences. However, Yu Jingfan was different. He had a body of flesh and blood. Even though he was a half-step divine king, he was still pushed back by the tiger-like demonic beast. Such a terrifying demonic beast. What kind of demonic beast is this? I have never heard of it before. Yu Jingfan kept on retreating as he was pushed back by the demonic beast. The tiger-like demonic beast was as tough as steel. Yu Jingfan could not do anything to it. His attacks were filled with killing intent, but even when his attacks hit the demonic beast's neck, it felt like he was hitting a piece of steel. The feedback of the force was extremely strong, and it made Yu Jingfan miserable. Yu Jingfan's attacks were pushed back by the terrifying strength of the tiger-like demonic beast. Yu Jingfan did not even know how strong the beast was, but the fact that it was able to defeat him with just its physical strength was enough to prove it. The other 6 early heavenly gods quickly caught up after a brief moment of shock. After all, they were not ordinary people. They were the true experts of the Yu clan since they were able to reach the heavenly god realm. Now that the third young master was in danger, how could they just stand by and watch? The 6 heavenly god realm experts instantly joined the battle. However, Yu Jingfan did not expect that the 6 experts could not suppress the tiger-like demonic beast at all. On the contrary, the tiger-like demonic beast easily pushed the 6 experts back. The attacks of the heavenly god realm experts did not cause any damage to the tiger-like demonic beast. Its skin was as tough as steel. We can't break through its defense at all. Third young master. Yeah, if this goes on, we will be defeated one by one. Third young master, please think of something quickly. The 6 heavenly god realm experts did not dare to be careless. However, the tiger-shaped demonic beast pounced on them like a hungry tiger, biting off one of their thighs. The divine weapons slashed on its body, but only a series of sparks were left. There was no trace at all. The sound of metal clanging was endless. Yu Jingfan was also helpless. It was not difficult for him to leave this place, but once the tiger-like demonic beast started wreaking havoc, countless people would be killed. Roar! The tiger-like demonic beast gritted its teeth and roared. It pounced down from the sky. Its sharp claws and fangs instantly tore the 2 heavenly god realm experts to shreds. The miners who were watching the battle trembled in fear, their faces ashen. Yu Jingfan had no choice but to give it his all. His divine sword was slashed down, but it was damaged by the claws of the demonic beast. Damn it! Yu Jingfan roared in rage and struck out. The full power of a half-step divine king was not easy to deal with. Yu Jingfan collided with the tiger-like demonic beast. Yu Jingfan could feel that his bones were shattered. The tiger-like demonic beast did not retreat but charged forward instead. The remaining heavenly god realm experts were all killed. The demonic beast stood above Yu Jingfan, and Yu Jingfan could feel that his soul was being pressured to the point that he could hardly breathe. Hiss! The tiger-like demonic beast spat out a mouthful of murky air onto Yu Jingfan's body. Yu Jingfan's expression changed. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. This is the soul-leaving curse? Chapter 2697. Yu Jingfan's expression turned cold as he felt that he had fallen into a trap. However, the soul-leaving curse had already been planted in his body. He felt as if the heavens and earth were spinning and his spiritual energy was gradually weakening. The remaining 6 heavenly god realm experts had all died and he was now in a predicament. Yu Jingfan was extremely unwilling to accept this. He did not even know what this thing was or what was in the mine. Get out of here! At this moment, Jiang Chen had no choice but to take action. He used his powerful soul energy to suppress the soul-leaving curse from Yu Jingfan's body. A purple light shot out from the top of Yu Jingfan's head and was swallowed by the tiger-shaped beast. The beast roared as if it was venting its anger. Jiang Chen landed beside Yu Jingfan. Yu Jingfan's facial expression changed dramatically. His mental strength had been depleted, but fortunately, he didn't suffer too much damage. Luckily, the soul-leaving parasite didn't spread out in his body. Otherwise, even Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to expel the parasite from his body so easily. Yu Jingfan was sweating profusely. His mental energy was completely depleted. He could only support his body and kneel on the ground as he stared at Jiang Chen's back. Thank you for saving me, friend. What the hell is this? Jiang Chen asked in a low voice as he stared at the tiger-shaped beast. The latter stared back at him as if it could feel that Jiang Chen's soul energy was extremely powerful. I don't know. This fella came out from the mine of my Yu family. Even I am not strong enough to suppress it. I'm afraid that only a divine king realm expert can fight it. Yu Jingfan said while gasping for breath. A thing that came out from the mine? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Could there be something hidden beneath the mine? Roar! Roar! At this moment, the tiger-shaped beast seemed to have lost its patience and charged towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen fought against the tiger-shaped demonic beast with his bare fists. Even a heavenly divine tool might not be able to hurt Jiang Chen's body. With the help of the dragon transformation art and the heavenly dragon battle armor, Jiang Chen was able to withstand an attack from an origin divine tool. The heavenly dragon battle armor was not an exaggeration. Just the strength of his body alone was not something that some divine king experts could withstand. Jiang Chen and the tiger-shaped demonic beast were fighting against each other. Yu Jingfan's expression changed a few times. He could not believe what he was seeing. Isn't this man too powerful? The tiger-shaped beast's attack was powerful enough to shatter a mountain. Yu Jingfan did not dare to fight against it. However, Jiang Chen's strength was on par with him. Jiang Chen's fist landed on the tiger-shaped beast's body. The sound of bones breaking could be heard clearly. Jiang Chen used his bare hands to tear the tiger-shaped beast apart. The tiger-shaped beast looked ferocious. However, it was no different from an ordinary beast in Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen's fist landed on the tiger-shaped beast's body. The bones on its body could not withstand it and were broken into pieces by Jiang Chen's fist. Even so, the tiger-shaped beast was still moving forward. The red light in its eyes was faintly discernible, as if it was not afraid of death. A puppet-like creature with only a remnant soul. You must have at least the strength of a hierarch when you were alive. But now, you're just a remnant without a soul. Why should I be afraid? Jiang Chen sneered. Even though he had broken all of its bones, the tiger-shaped beast was still charging forward, completely disregarding the threat of death. Die for me! Jiang Chen crossed his arms and grabbed the body of the tiger-like demon beast. In an instant, the demon beast was torn apart into pieces, leaving behind only broken bones and a bloodless skin. There was no flesh or blood at all. Yu Jingfan was stunned and his face turned solemn. The young man in front of him tore a tiger-shaped beast apart with his bare hands. It was terrifying. His strength was undeniable. Even a half-step true god like him could not defeat the opponent. But the young man was able to suppress the tiger-shaped beast with his bare hands. This was a true warrior. Mister, you're a god. Yu Jingfan said sincerely. The tiger-shaped beast's troubles had finally come to an end. The Dragon Gate Ridge would be peaceful in the future. It's nothing. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. Yu Jingfan did not know his identity and he did not want to reveal it. May I know why Mr. suddenly came to the Dragon Gate Ridge? Even though Jiang Chen had saved Yu Jingfan's life, this was still the dragon vein of his clan. All the divine origin stones were here. Yu Jingfan had to be careful. I came here with Bai Yu Ma and temporarily stayed in the Yu clan. I came here to observe the changes in the sky. Jiang Chen said faintly. What? Big sister is back? Ha! That's great. Big sister is finally back. It's been a few hundred years. Yu Jingfan's face was filled with excitement and a trace of pure affection could be seen between his brows. He was extremely happy and shocked. Thank you, mister. Since you're my sister's friend, you're naturally a guest of the Yu family. I am Yu Jingfan. I'm truly grateful for your kindness. I can't express it in words. Yu Jingfan was excited when he heard that Bai Yu Ma had returned to the Yu clan. Let me bring you back to the Yu clan, Jiang Chen said. Currently, Yu Jingfan was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He did not have any divine origin energy left in his body. It would be extremely difficult for him to even return home. Currently, countless people were running away from the mine. 10 heavenly god realm experts had all died. Even for the Yu family, it was a great loss. Experts were the foundation of a clan. Their Yu clan only had 100 heavenly god realm experts. Yu Jingfan felt extremely sad when he lost a 10th of them all of a sudden. Thank you, mister. Yu Jingfan smiled awkwardly and nodded. When Jiang Chen and Yu Jingfan left, Jiang Chen suddenly looked back at the bottomless mine. He felt a terrifying tremor. Is this tiger-shaped beast the only thing in the mine? Jiang Chen did not believe it. The soul-leaving venom on Yu Huagan was the best proof. Jiang Chen saw more than one tiger-shaped beast when he looked back. There were 10 of them, 100 of them, 1,000 of them. Chapter 2698. The next day, Yu Wangyan and Yu Wangqing wanted to hold a welcoming dinner for their eldest sister, but they were rejected by Yu Ma, because her father's condition was the most important thing to her. If her father's condition could be cured as soon as possible, then everything would be acceptable to her. Bai Yu Ma's return had a great impact on Yu Wangyan and Yu Wangqing. After all, they couldn't be as unscrupulous as before. Even though Bai Yu Ma had married and left Bai Yu City, her parents weren't there anymore. The elder sister was the mother. This status still made Yu Wangyan and Yu Wangqing quite afraid. Bai Yu Ma didn't reprimand them too much. After all, the most important thing now was her father's illness. If her father could stand up and regain his power, then she wouldn't need to be in charge of the Yu family anymore. Except for Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangyan, everyone else hoped that her father could get better soon. The Saint Dr. Wang Lingji was a famous person in the northern Chilean region. He said that as long as the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was found, everything would be fine. Now, everyone was looking forward to it. At this moment, a few people were standing in front of Yu Huagan's bed. Yu Wangyan, Yu Wangqing, Yu Jingxian, Yu Jingfan, by Yu Ma and the Saint Dr. Wang Lingji. I want to treat Brother Yu again to see how his condition is. Oh right, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart should be ready, right? Wang Lingji asked. It's ready. I hope that Senior Saint Doctor can cure my father. I am willing to be your slave for the rest of my life. Yu Jingxian said while gritting her teeth. She held the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart with both hands and passed it to Wang Lingji. Wang Lingji took a deep breath. His expression was solemn, but his heart was in turmoil. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart made everyone jealous, because everyone could feel its boundless vitality. Especially Wang Lingji, who had been immersed in the art of medicine for thousands of years. He was naturally the most direct. Good. That's it. Although I've never seen it before, I've read about it in some ancient books. This is the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Wang Lingji's hands were trembling as he received the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. He was currently at the peak of early Divine King realm. With this Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, he could easily break through to the late Divine King realm. Moreover, as a Saint Doctor, he could utilize the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart to its fullest potential. Wang Lingji licked her dry lips. Her eyes were filled with envy, but she didn't show it on the surface. With this Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, your father's illness will be cured. But then again, there are always exceptions to everything. I have to say this up front. If something unexpected happens, I will be powerless. Nothing has a 100% chance of success, especially when it comes to treating an illness and saving a person. I will do my best to save Brother Yu. Everything will depend on his luck. Wang Lingji said earnestly with a solemn look in her eyes. Don't worry, Senior Saint Doctor. Our Yu family is not a troublemaker. Even if something unexpected happens, it's fate. We are willing to believe in you. Yu Wangqing said in a deep voice. Although he looked very polite, deep in his heart, he hoped that something bad would happen to Wang Lingji and his father would die. Only then would he be able to display his talents. As long as the old man was still alive, he would never be able to ascend to the top. Yes, Senior Saint Doctor, please do your best. Our Yu family will not complain whether he lives or dies. Yu Wangyan and Yu Wangqing had not been so united for a long time. The two brothers had always been fighting for power and authority. The one who laughs in the end will be the true ruler of the Yu family. Bai Yu Ma frowned. These two guys even said such harsh words. It was as if they wished for her father to ascend to heaven as soon as possible. It really made her angry. However, she could only wait and see. She placed all her hopes on Wang Lingji. That's good. I'm going to save him now. Everyone, please step out of the door. Wang Lingji said in a deep voice. Everyone followed Wang Lingji's order and went out of the door, waiting anxiously. Do you think that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart can save father? Yu Wangyan said in a low voice. Since he's a Saint Doctor, he should be able to do it. He's quite famous, everyone in the Liaobei region knows about him. Yu Jingfan said. He hoped that his father would wake up so that Xiao Xian would not have to risk her life to bring back the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Father will be fine. Yu Jingxian gritted her teeth. Her heart was always thinking about her father. She would not be able to calm down until the very last moment. Bai Yu Ma hugged her sister tightly. Her eyes were filled with tears. No one wanted to say anything at this moment, they could only wait silently. Jiang Chen stood at the corner, feeling the aura of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. There was a moment where he wanted to snatch the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart and run away. No one would be able to catch up with him. However, the entire Yu family was in a mess now. They would definitely fall. He could not bear to see Yu Jingxian fall along with them. Moreover, he might be able to save her father. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart might not be the only wage. However, Jiang Chen was prepared. If Wang Lingji dared to put the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart into Yu Huagan's body, he would not wait any longer. Jiang Chen saw the cunning look in Wang Lingji's eyes. His soul power had enveloped the entire Yu family. Wang Lingji was naturally under his control. This depends on your luck. Brother Yu, This fake Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is a third-grade great rejuvenating pill. I'll have to trouble you now. Your spirit, chi and soul are completely exhausted. Your soul power is also faintly discernible. You're already a living dead man. It's reasonable for me to borrow your body and give the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart to me. Wang Lingji clenched his fist. A third-grade great rejuvenating pill that was exactly the same as the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart appeared in his hand. He did not forge the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart into the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart so that he could replace it. Although the life force of the third-grade great rejuvenating pill was incomparable to the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, it was still an immortal grade pill. Its life force was extremely strong. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart rejected Yu Huagan's body. Even if it consumed a large amount of life force, it would still be useless. Sure enough, it's a trick. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. His divine soul had seen everything Wang Lingji had done. Chapter 2699. Hey, brother Yu, I've tried my best. I, Wang Lingji, have saved countless people in my life, but I couldn't save brother Yu. Wang Lingji is ashamed. Wang Lingji shouted with a pale face. Everyone's heart sank. Only Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangyan looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with a strong will to fight. Father. Yu Jingxian was the first to rush into the room. She saw Wang Lingji sitting on the chair with a dispirited expression, shaking his head constantly. His body was extremely weak. Obviously, he had spent a lot of effort. The vitality of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was getting weaker and weaker. Their father, Yu Huagan, whom they missed so dearly, was still lying motionless on the sickbed like a living dead. How could this be? How could this be? Didn't they say that the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart could save father? Yu Jingxian was exhausted and her face was pale. She knelt in front of her father's window. Bai Yuma and Yu Jingfan were also sad as they tried to hold back their tears. How could this be? Senior Saint Doctor, is there really no chance at all? The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart's life force is so strong, can't it save my father? Yu Wangyan asked with a sad face. Although the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart's life force is strong, it's still useless. I've tried my best, but brother Yu's body has been dragging on for too long. His soul fire is about to be extinguished and his body is on the verge of death. It's useless to use the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart to prolong his life. If we had gotten the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart 800 years ago, perhaps brother Yu could still be saved. But now... Hey, I'm ashamed. Wang Lingji sighed, but he was overjoyed in his heart. Yu Huagan's two sons did not care about their father's life at all. They wished that Yu Huagan would never be able to stand up again. Otherwise, their path to power would be obstructed. Now, it seemed like the two brothers were as happy as him. Senior Saint Doctor's righteousness is as high as the clouds in the sky. Junior admires you for that. However, Senior Saint Doctor has already used up a lot of energy and there's nothing you can do. We can't blame Senior Saint Doctor. Perhaps this is the fate of our Yu family. Yu Wangqing said faintly. His eyes were filled with sorrow, but he was already thinking about how to fight for power with Yu Wangyan. Sigh, things are hard to predict. Brother Yu and I used to be friends despite the difference in age. However, things are different now and I feel sad. Brother Yu doesn't have much time left. Within 3 years, his aura will be exhausted. His soul flame will be extinguished, and there won't be a single strand of vitality left. By then, he can prepare for his funeral. Even now, it seems like he's a living dead man. Wang Lingji kept shaking his head. His pale face was filled with pain and regret. Anyone who saw him would think that he was a sentimental person who valued relationships. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. It should be time for this guy to escape. I've used up most of my energy, and I'm very tired now. I don't have the face to see you again, so I'll take my leave. Wang Lingji covered her face and said, Senior Saint Doctor, since you've worked so hard for my father, why don't you rest here for a few days before leaving? Yu Wangyan said, Forget it. How would you know how sad I am? This is not only a stain on my 1,000 years of medical practice, but also a shame to the entire Yu clan. Brother Yu treated me well in the past. I can't bear to see him lying on the sickbed like this. Otherwise, why would I wander around for more than 10 years? Seeing brother Yu lying on the sickbed, my heart hurts more than anyone else. Wang Lingji's eyes turned slightly red as he said. The Yu clan respected him for his human nature. After all, it was not Wang Lingji's fault. Senior Saint Doctor, please go ahead. We know what we're doing, we can't blame you for this. Bai Yuma lowered her head and said. Everyone's attention was on Yu Huagan. No one noticed Wang Lingji's cunning smile when he turned around and left. Wang Lingji brought the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart out of Baiyu City. He was in a good mood as he hummed a tune. He was not stupid enough to go to Eastern Mountain City as the Dongpa family might be after him. He needed to find a place to rest first, and eat the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart to increase his strength was the most important thing. After crossing a red hill, Wang Lingji had already forgotten about the Yu clan. As long as he could absorb the energy of the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart in 2 months, it would not be a problem for him to reach the peak of the mid-Divine King realm. If he wanted to fully absorb the energy, he would need at least 8 to 10 years to reach the late Divine King realm. He couldn't wait that long. But even if it was only 2 months later, he had already used up all his tricks. When he reached the peak of the mid-Divine King realm, he would be able to negotiate with the Dongba clan. Otherwise, he would be like a general without an army. Why would the Dongba clan want to negotiate with him? Wang Lingji was not an idiot. He would become a slave of the Dongpa clan. Only in front of absolute strength would he have the right to challenge the Dongpa clan. Only then would the Dongpa clan negotiate with him. I'm so fucking smart. A bunch of fools. Wait until I become stronger. Then you'll all have to work for me. Wang Lingji sneered. His eyes shone brightly. He was not willing to be a famous saint doctor in Liao Bei. He wanted to be a great figure in this region. From this moment onwards, the chaos of the 3 great clans would become the foundation for his future hegemony. Looks like you're very happy. Who would have thought that the famous saint doctor of Liao Bei is a complete hypocrite? You even stole the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart from the Yu family. Interesting. Jiang Chen smiled. He stood on the hill and looked at Wang Lingji. Wang Lingji's expression changed. Who is this guy? Is he from the Yu clan? Why haven't I seen him before? How did he know that I stole the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart? Who are you? I have no enmity with you. Why are you following me? Wang Lingji pretended to be calm. However, he did not know who Jiang Chen was or where he came from. Plus, he had used up a lot of his divine origin qi. It seemed like he needed to take some qi replenishing pills as soon as possible. He did not expect to meet a turbid river dragon. I want your Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Jiang Chen cut straight to the point and didn't waste time with him. Ha ha ha. What a joke. How can you say that I stole the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart from the Yu clan? I don't know what you're talking about. Wang Lingji looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. This guy's strength was not even at the Divine King realm. How audacious. You said it yourself. I didn't want to do it, but you forced me. Then, I'll have to stretch my muscles. Chapter 2700. You're overestimating yourself. You haven't even reached the Divine King realm. How are you going to fight me? Ha! You're so reckless. Do you think the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is something you can get your hands on? Wang Lingji said disdainfully to Jiang Chen. If that's the case, let's talk with our fists. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and took a step forward. He was as immovable as a mountain, as boundless as the universe itself. Kid, you've made a mistake today. How am I going to vent my anger if I don't kill you? Humph. Wang Lingji didn't hold back either as she instantly exchanged blows with Jiang Chen. A terrifying gale swept through the hills within 10 miles. Wind and thunder roiled as if a storm was brewing. Jiang Chen's attacks were like a storm. Wang Lingji's expression changed as he did not expect Jiang Chen to be so powerful. Although he was only a half-step Divine King, his terrifying attacks were something that even a peak early Divine King realm expert like him could not handle. Jiang Chen's aura was like that of a dragon, invincible and ferocious. Wang Lingji had lost the ability to fight back in an instant, and could only defend with all his might, retreating in order to advance. Kid, how are you so strong? Wang Lingji was terrified. Before he could even finish his words, Jiang Chen had already closed in on him once again. Wang Lingji was overwhelmed by Jiang Chen's thunderous attack. He was unable to fight back at all. In the end, he was completely suppressed by Jiang Chen, completely losing his dignity as a Divine King. This was his first time encountering a half-step divine king who could suppress a divine king. Even those peerless disciples from those supreme sects or clans might not be able to possess such a powerful attack. Moreover, Jiang Chen did it without any pause. He was completely suppressed from the beginning. "Kid, who are you?" Wang Lingji's face turned pale. After being hit by Jiang Chen's palm strike a few times, his entire body, including his bones, were on the verge of shattering. There was no way he could fight back at all. If this continued, there would only be one result for him. He would be buried here. "I can give you the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, but please let me live." "How about it? I have no enmity with you, so this shouldn't be too difficult." Wang Lingji knew that if he continued to tangle with Jiang Chen, there wouldn't be any benefits. On the contrary, it was very likely that he would fall here. He was famous for scheming all his life, but now he had made a wedding dress for others. How could he not be angry? But what could he do even if he was angry? In the end, he was still suppressed by the other party, unable to fight back at all. "Why should I believe you? Who can prove that you don't have any ill intentions?" Jiang Chen laughed coldly, causing Wang Lingji to tremble. "I was entrusted by the master of the Dongpa clan in the eastern mountain city to prevent Yu Huagan from waking up and let the Yu clan kill each other. In the end, the Dongpa clan would just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. At the critical moment, the Yu clan would give them a fatal blow. In that case, it would be impossible for the Yu clan to withstand the Dongpa clan's attack. I just played the role of a link. My goal is just the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart." Wang Lingji pushed all the blame to the Dongpa clan in the eastern mountain city, removing all the blame from himself. Jiang Chen's heart moved. So this Wang Lingji did not just want the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Looks like the situation in the Liao Bei region and the competition between the clans was quite intense. This Wang Lingji obviously wanted to take advantage of the situation. Jiang Chen would never believe that he was not involved in this matter. "I am not interested in the competition between the clans. Give me the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. I am in a hurry to return to the Lingju city," Jiang Chen said impatiently, as if he was not interested in the competition between the two clans. He just wanted Wang Lingji to not be suspicious. Jiang Chen killing Wang Lingji was meaningless. On the contrary, if he continued to collude with the Dongpa clan, then the Yu clan might be able to take advantage of the situation. Wang Lingji was too scared to say anything. Seeing that Jiang Chen had no intention to kill him, he was also in a hurry to return to the Lingju city. Looks like he was just passing by, not a helper of the Yu clan. Wang Lingji finally felt relieved. Although the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart that he tried so hard to get was now a gift to someone else, at least he was able to keep his life. Moreover, there was no problem for him to continue his relationship with the Dongpa clan. However, he had to be more careful now. He was afraid that the cooperation with the Dongpa clan would turn out to be like asking a tiger for its skin. Then he would really step into the abyss. After Jiang Chen got the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, he turned around and left without looking at Wang Lingji. "Motherfucker, this is so infuriating. That bastard, taking advantage of my misfortune. I have spent so much effort and time, but in the end, he succeeded. I can only blame my bad luck. Motherfucker." Wang Lingji's heart was bleeding. However, compared to his life, the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was just a worldly possession. Wang Lingji smiled bitterly. Now, he could only go to the Dongpa clan in the eastern mountain city. That was his only chance to turn the situation around. When Jiang Chen returned to the Yu clan, Yu Jingxian was crying her eyes out. By Yu Ma, Yu Jingfan, Yu Huafan and the others were guarding their father's sickbed, covering their faces in grief. At this moment, the entire Yu mansion was filled with murderous intent. The battle for power between Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangyan had just begun. Almost everyone in the Yu family knew about this matter. Yu Huagan didn't have long to live. Although they tried their best to block the news, it was still spread out. Everyone in the Yu family was nervous. No one dared to say a word. Everyone was divided into different factions. It had become a tacit agreement. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Huagan, who was lying quietly on the bed, and shook his head slightly. As long as this soul-leaving curse was removed, Yu Huagan might be able to be saved. However, even if he could be saved, his body would be extremely weak and it would take a long time for him to recover. However, it was not completely incurable. "Mister, my father is seriously ill. Please forgive me if I have neglected you. Bai Yuma glanced at Jiang Chen and said softly. She was the eldest daughter in the family after all. If she cried, the whole Yu clan would be in chaos. Moreover, she had a strong character. She did not even care about the bloody battles on the battlefield. She could only hide her feelings for her family in her heart. Don't worry, your father might still be saved. After Jiang Chen finished his words, Bai Yuma looked at Jiang Chen for the first time. If it was someone else who said it, she would definitely not believe it. However, who was Jiang Chen? He was mysterious and powerful. Bai Yuma dared not to say anything. This mysterious mister had a very high position in her heart. Chapter 2701. Yu Jingxian looked at Jiang Chen with a burning gaze. Deep in her eyes, there was a hint of shock. Mister, are you serious? I'm not 100% sure, but I can give it a try. Jiang Chen said faintly as he looked into Yu Jingxian's eyes. At that moment, her eyes were rekindled with hope. Bai Yuma and the others looked at Jiang Chen excitedly. They thought that their father was dead for sure. Even the saint doctor, Wang Lingji, was helpless. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart was also useless. Who else could save their father? Jiang Chen saw Yu Jingxian's eyes and felt sorry for her. However, he did not want to have too much interaction with her. Jiang Chen did not blame her. In order to save their father, he might not be able to do better than her. This was human nature. Whether it was right or wrong, it was not something that he could comment on. If Mr. can save my father, I will do anything for you without any complaints. Yu Jingxian said and was about to kneel down. Jiang Chen held her up and stopped her from kneeling. Jiang Chen turned to Bai Yuma and said, I will do my best to cure your father. Ask them to leave. I don't want anyone else to know about this. Jiang Chen's words stunned Bai Yuma. However, she immediately understood what he meant. Jiang Chen did not want to give too much hope to others and leave them disappointed. That would be the most painful thing to do. Another reason was to keep the news under wraps so that no one would come and cause trouble for them. As for the other situation, it was her own imagination. The Yu family was currently suffering from internal and external troubles. It was time to see who the Real Tiger was. At this time, in order to fight for power, everyone would reveal their true colors. Yu Jingxian also bit her red lips. She could feel that the man that her elder sister brought back was not interested in her at all. Her beauty was not worth mentioning in his eyes. She was just like a beautiful skeleton. All of you can leave first. Only the three of you can know about this. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Bai Yuma said coldly. As the elder sister, she still had her dignity. Yu Jingxian and the others looked at their father who was still lying on the bed. They felt bitter, but they still followed the elder sister's order and left the room. Sir, feel free to speak your mind. Bai Yuma said in a low voice. She had followed her husband to the battlefield for so many years, and she was very cautious in dealing with people. She naturally knew that Jiang Chen had something to say. Divine Dr. Wang Lingji doesn't want to save your father. What? Bai Yuma's body shook and her expression changed drastically. She gritted her teeth and said, Sir, is this true? What did Wang Lingji mean? I'm afraid he's long gone beyond the 9 heavens. He only wants the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, and your father's life has nothing to do with him. He even hoped that your father would die. That way, he would be able to benefit from it and obtain even more things. Jiang Chen's words had a great impact on Bai Yuma. The reason why Jiang Chen chose to tell Bai Yuma was that she knew the big picture and knew how to judge the situation. It would not be a good thing for the Yu clan if she lost her mind at this moment. I'm willing to listen to your advice. Bai Yuma said respectfully. Their target is your Yu family. Wang Lingji colluded with the Dongpa family. Once your father dies, the Dongpa family will definitely be in chaos. Once that happens, both sides will suffer greatly. The Dongpa family will take advantage of the chaos to attack the Yu family. The key is Wang Lingji. Whether he can save your father or not is the key. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart is fake. He took it away. Let's not talk about whether he can save your father or not. Even if he can, he might not have the confidence to save your father after consuming the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart. Sir, are you saying that this is a conspiracy between the Dongpa family and Wang Lingji? This time, Bai Yuma had to assess the situation and replan her thoughts. It seemed that it was indeed a huge conspiracy. A storm was brewing and Wang Lingji was the most important part. Jiang Chen turned his hand and the scarlet cloud ancient vine heart appeared in his hand. Bai Yuma was shocked. I'll take this scarlet cloud ancient vine heart. Consider it as a reward for saving your father. Jiang Chen said calmly. Bai Yuma did not complain because she knew that this was the real scarlet cloud ancient vine heart and that one was obviously fake. Jiang Chen was straightforward. Bai Yuma did not doubt him at all. Bai Yuma trusted Jiang Chen very much because he had a kind heart. He would not do such a thing. The whole Bai Mo city would have been burnt to the ground if it was not because of him. Bai Yuma would always be grateful for Jiang Chen's righteousness. Don't let others know about this for now. Maybe your Yu family will have a chance to turn the situation around. When I cure your father, the internal strife of the Yu family will be resolved by itself. As for how the Yu family will fight against the enemies and catch them by surprise, it will all depend on your own abilities. Bai Yuma knelt down in front of Jiang Chen. She knelt down for the thousands of people in the Yu family, for the hundreds of thousands of people in Bai Yu City and for her father. She could not express her gratitude to Jiang Chen and she did not know how to repay him. Jiang Chen's righteousness reminded Bai Yuma of her husband, who would rather die in the battlefield than die in bed. Jiang Chen's greatness was what she admired all her life. You should leave first. Your father's life force is about to be exhausted. He has been poisoned by the soul-leaving curse. It is not a heart failure. I will try my best. Jiang Chen asked Bai Yuma to leave. The moment Bai Yuma walked out of the room, Yu Jingxian and the others looked at her eagerly. However, Bai Yuma's heart was in turmoil. If it was someone else, he would not have been able to control himself. Such a big conspiracy would probably drown the Yu family if it was not handled properly. Jiang Chen looked at Yu Huagan who was unconscious on the bed. He shook his head and sighed. If he did not meet him, even 10 Wang Lingji would not be able to save him. It's up to you, Myriad Qi Cauldron. Jiang Chen held the Myriad Qi Cauldron in his hand. An extremely pure Myriad Qi poured out from the cauldron. It was just a strand of Myriad Qi, but Yu Huagan had already recovered half of his vitality. It would not take long for his body to recover. However, the soul-leaving curse could not be changed by the Myriad Qi. Not to mention a Divine King Realm expert. Even an Emperor Realm expert would want to obtain a stream of Myriad Qi. It was a pity that Jiang Chen had almost exhausted all the Myriad Qi in the Myriad Qi Cauldron. The Myriad Qi Cauldron contained the root of the Myriad Qi, but it was not endless. Jiang Chen's body was made by the Myriad Qi and there was not much left in the Myriad Qi Cauldron. Chapter 2702. Jiang Chen held the Great Yu Soul Forming Light in his hand. The terrifying soul power of the Great Yu Soul Forming Light spread all over Yu Huagan's body. At that moment, Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. Under the refinement of the Great Yu Soul Forming Light, he finally saw the soul-leaving venom in Yu Huagan's mind. I'd like to see who exactly you are. Jiang Chen activated the Great Yu Soul Forming Light and refined the soul-leaving parasitic insect in Yu Huagan's mind. The soul-leaving parasitic insect was a spiritual creature and it had devoured more than half of Yu Huagan's soul power. It was about to be completed and the appearance of Jiang Chen had sealed all its escape routes. Let's see how long you can last. Chi-chi, chi-chi. The soul-leaving parasitic worm kept making a chi-chi sound. The Great Yu Soul Forming Light was its nemesis. It was the scariest divine tool for refining souls. The Great Yu Soul Forming Light was quite scary. As time passed, the soul-leaving parasitic worm couldn't withstand the refining of the Great Yu Soul Forming Light and broke out from Yu Huagan's body. Jiang Chen had already set up a formation, and the soul-leaving parasitic worm was instantly caught by Jiang Chen. The soul-leaving goo, which was the size of a cicada, seemed to be made of layers of hemp silk. It had a ghostly face on it, and it looked extremely eerie and terrifying. What a strange thing. The corners of Jiang Chen's mouth curled up slightly as he used the 5-elemental true fire to refine it again. Ayo ayo. Despicable human, you will suffer retribution. Let me go. The ghostly face wriggled and spoke in human language. Damn thing, you do have some skills. Did you plant this soul-leaving goo yourself? Jiang Chen said. What does it have to do with you? Mind your own business. If you don't let me go, the Holy Master won't let you off. Ghost Face Mask said fiercely. There's also a Saint Lord? Haha, then I'm even more curious. Where did you come from, you damned thing? Jiang Chen used the 5-elemental true fire to refine the soul-leaving goo. The sound of the flames exploding could be heard incessantly as the soul-leaving goo screamed. I'll talk, I'll talk. The ghost face glared angrily at Jiang Chen. None of you can stop the rise of the sacred master. I'm just a small soldier under the sacred master. Unfortunately, it was ruined by you, you bastard. Then who is the holy leader? Jiang Chen asked. I won't tell you even if I die. You don't have the right to know who the holy master is. The holy master lives for 10,000 years. In this vast world, there is only me, the holy master. Ghost Face Mask roared. Since you still want to be refined, I'll satisfy you. Even if you refine me, I won't tell you. Is that so? I will not refine you. I will let you suffer the scarlet refinement of the great you soul-forming light forever. You will not die even if you yearn for it. As long as your soul is not destroyed, you will suffer forever. Jiang Chen said. You despicable and shameless villain. There isn't a single good person among humans. The Holy Master is the 9 Heavens Holy Master of the Wolf Clan of the Ice Emperor. The Holy Master has been subdued for tens of thousands of years and is finally going to see the light of day again. You lowly humans will become the Holy Master's slaves. Wolf Clan of the Ice Emperor? Ancient race? Jiang Chen's brows furrowed slightly. He didn't understand. But just as he was in silence, the ghost face had already destroyed his soul and disappeared. This fella made Jiang Chen look at him in a new light. Most humans knew that it was better to live than to die. But this ghost face was so resolute that he would rather not be reincarnated than to submit to Jiang Chen. It was obviously impossible for Jiang Chen to know more. Jiang Chen thought about the mine he saw in the Dragon Gate Ridge. There was more than one tiger beast at the bottom of the mine. Could it be the Ice Emperor's wolf clan? Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief after removing the soul-leaving worm from Yu Huagan's body. Although Yu Huagan was still in a coma, his life force had recovered quite a bit. A trace of myriad qi had restored some signs of life in his body. In less than 2 months, Yu Huagan should be able to stand up. The moment Jiang Chen came out, Yu Jingxian and the others looked at him silently. They held their breath and did not dare to breathe. Jiang Chen smiled. It must have been hard for them. If it was his father, he would feel even worse than this. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Jiang Chen's words made them feel at ease. When Yu Jingxian and the others wanted to thank Jiang Chen had already turned around and left. Mister, you are so powerful. You came and went without a trace. May I know your name? Yu Jingxian looked at Bai Yuma. Bai Yuma was startled. She just remembered that she did not know the name of her benefactor. She could only smile bitterly and shake her head. In Heavenly Wind City, Wang Lingji was travel-worn. He had been sullen along the way. The Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart had been taken away by Jiang Chen. He was very depressed. He knew that he would be in a disadvantageous position if he were to negotiate with the Dongbua family with his current strength. Moreover, the Dongbua family might use him as a weapon. Therefore, Wang Lingji didn't choose to attack the Eastern Mountain City directly. If the Dongbua family had second thoughts about him and planned to annex the Yu family, he wouldn't be able to do it alone. At that time, he wouldn't be strong enough, which would be his biggest weakness. Wang Lingji was not a brainless person. On the contrary, he was very smart. If he successfully cooperated with Eastern Mountain City and monopolized 20% of the Yu family's dragon vein, that would naturally be the best outcome. However, he had to be cautious. If Eastern Mountain City changed, it would be too late for regrets. The reason why the 3 great clans were able to stand against each other as equals for tens of thousands of years was because of the tripartite balance of power. If one of them lost, then the other 2 would definitely have the ambition to annex the remaining clans. It wasn't that people weren't satisfied, it was just that everyone had this kind of thought. Once the Dongbua clan kicked him out, he would not even have a place to cry. Therefore, it was his best choice to pull the Feng clan along. Dividing 40% of the dragon vein of the Yu family into 3 parts, and then they divided it into 3 parts again. He became the swingman in the middle to restrain the 2 families. Whether he had the ability or not, the situation of 3 legs was still there. Neither of the 2 families dared to act recklessly. That was the situation he wanted to see the most. He did not have the guts to let the Dongbua clan monopolize the dragon vein. It would be a different story if he obtained the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart and improved his strength. However, He could only settle for the next best thing now. This was the most perfect and appropriate method. The Saint Dr. Wang Lingji arrived at Heavenly Wind City. The city lord Feng Luojiang received him personally. Brother Feng, how have you been? Haha, I have something important to discuss in Heavenly Wind City this time. Wang Lingji said with a smile. Brother Wang, feel free to speak your mind. I, Feng Luojiang, am a straightforward person. I don't like those unnecessary formalities. Feng Luojiang was tall and burly with a vigorous aura. He was a straightforward person and his cultivation realm had reached the middle divine king realm. Alright, I like Brother Feng's character. Then I will speak my mind. The Yu clan has gone through a mutiny. Brother Feng, what are you going to do? Chapter 2703. Yu Huagan will die in at most 3 years. The Yu family has no successor and the Eastern Mountain City is getting restless. Brother Feng, are you not going to do anything about it? I forgot to tell you that I treated Yu Huagan previously. Even an Emperor Realm expert couldn't do anything about it. Wang Lingji's bluntness surprised Feng Luojiang. This fella is too direct. Brother Wang, you must know what's going on since you've come to look for me. I'd like to hear the details. Feng Luojiang threw the question to Wang Lingji. Wang Lingji smiled faintly without getting angry and continued. There's nothing to be afraid of. Once one of them falls, it'll definitely cause a war. There's only so much cake and there's bound to be people coveting it. If the Yu family falls, the Feng family and the Dongbo family won't just stand by and watch, right? At that time, would Brother Feng be willing to see me and the Dongbo family together? Haha, if that's the case, perhaps the whole Liaobei region will be changed. You've already discussed it with the Dongbo family? Feng Luojiang said as he stared at Wang Lingji. The Dongbo family and I can naturally annihilate the Yu family if they fall. However, I have to consider the consequences. I'm alone. How can I fight against the Dongbo family? Am I not afraid that they'll kill me after I've outlived my usefulness? That's a possibility. So, I'm here to look for a backer and a partner. As long as both of your families join in, I'm not afraid. The Yu family will be divided into 3 and I'll only take 10%. Wang Lingji's words were like pearls and he explained the pros and cons clearly to Feng Luojiang. Feng Luojiang knew that Wang Lingji was indeed looking for a backer to stabilize his position in this conspiracy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fight against the Dongbo family in the future. Swallowing the Dongbo family would be just a piece of cake for him. Wang Lingji was not afraid. He wanted to find a way out for himself. Once the Feng clan joined in, everything would become much more subtle. There would be mutual checks and balances. The 2 great clans and Wang Lingji would not dare to act blindly without thinking. This was also the final tripartite balance. Wang Lingji could barely be counted as one of them. But if he really lost this leg, perhaps the sky would change completely. Feng Luojiang understood this logic. Wang Lingji's decision to seek protection in advance was not wrong. This was his intelligence. Moreover, it was impossible for Tianfeng City and Eastern Mountain City to join hands after annihilating the Yu family. This was the reason why Feng Luojiang had the upper hand. Why are you so confident? Is the Yu family really going to fall? Feng Luojiang did not dare to trust Wang Lingji completely. After all, this was not a child's play where there would be countless casualties. This was a battle that concerned the fate of the family. Wang Lingji smiled faintly. She stretched out her hand and shook it. Because I can control Yu Huagan's life and death. If he had the Scarlet Cloud Ancient Vine Heart, perhaps he would still dare to say this. But now, Wang Lingji's confidence was no longer as strong as before. However, he had no other choice. The Feng clan was an indispensable part of his plan. Alright, I believe you. Once the flag of Eastern Mountain City is raised, the iron hooves of Tianfeng City will come. Feng Luojiang remained silent for a moment and nodded heavily. The destruction of the Yu family is imminent. This is my command. No one dares to disobey. Divided the world into 3, only 1. Wang Lingji and Feng Luojiang looked at each other and smiled. Wang Lingji's heart was finally at ease. However, he did not need to explain anything to the Eastern Mountain City. Once the situation took shape, they would not be able to act on their own. The dragon vein of the Yu family would not be monopolized by the Dongbo clan. 2 months passed by quietly. Baiyu City was in a turbulent situation. The battle between Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangyan was getting more and more intense. The four elders had also chosen their sides. The great elder and the fourth elder supported Yu Wangqing while the second elder and the third elder supported Yu Wangyan. The battle between the two of them was getting more and more intense. In the meeting hall, Yu Wangqing and Yu Wangyan had also reached the final moment of the battle. Both of them were extremely powerful and neither of them was willing to take a step back. Currently, the battle between the two of them was getting more and more intense. A country can't live without a ruler. A family can't live without a master. Baiyu City is a big place. There should be a master who can wield great power. Now that the old master is about to die, it's time to select a master to take charge of the situation. The great elder said in a serious tone. Big brother is right. However, the selection of the master is not a small matter. Otherwise, if a useless embroidered pillow is chosen, the Yu family will really fall in the future. The second elder said with a smile yet not a smile. Second elder is right. I think it's time to choose a clan head. Otherwise, if everyone is not united, how can the Yu family unite against a common enemy? How can we sweep the world if we don't sweep the whole family? The third elder said, I think Wang Qing should take over the position of the master. Since ancient times, the elders have always been the masters. Even if it's about choosing a son, the eldest grandson should be the leader. I think everyone has no objections, right? The fourth elder said with a smile. That's right. The eldest grandson should be the leader. We've seen Wang Qing's performance all these years. It's reasonable for Wang Qing to take over the position of the master. The great elder stroked his beard and said with satisfaction. Yu Wangqing also puffed out his chest with a proud look on his face. Hee, you can't say that. Since ancient times, the most important thing is to select a capable person. Although Wang Qing is the eldest son, he's not the only choice, right? He sacrificed his life for the sake of the people and the family. Everyone can see what he's done all these years. It's not strange for the capable to take over the position. I think Wang Yan is the most suitable person to take over the position of the master. The second elder said faintly. The corner of Yu Wangyan's mouth twitched. It's quite difficult to select a master at this time. Big brother, you've worked hard for the family all these years. I think you should take a good rest. In the future, I'll take over the Yu family. I won't let you down. Yu Wangyan said with a smile. Second brother, I'm afraid you're not speaking from your heart, right? Eldest brother had given his all for the family, and it was only natural for him to die. Why did second brother have to use such words to evade? I think it's better for me to take over the position of the master. This way, it'll be more stable. Yu Wangqing harumphed and said, Father hasn't died yet. You're fighting for the position of the master. Do you still have father in your eyes? Don't tell me you want him to die so much that his eyes can't compare to his eyes? If father really stands up one day, how can you face him? Yu Huafan said in a deep voice. Yu Huafan said in a deep voice. The family fight was already on the verge of breaking out. Bastard, this is no place for you to talk. Fifth brother. Get out of here. Yu Wangqing shouted with a gloomy face. Big brother. Fifth brother doesn't mean anything else. He just doesn't want us to turn against each other. Father hasn't died yet. How can you ignore the brotherhood just for the position of the master? You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.